Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Is senior sister certain?" Chu Huashang gently nodded. "I don't dare to say anything else, but what old Zhou said was right. The attitudes maintained by the cave heavens and paradises are firm and united. No one will sell you a high-ranking element treasure." Yang Kai frowned. Seeing that he was in a low mood, Chu Huashang also slightly regretted that she had spoken too much, and swiftly changed the subject. "Junior brother, what if it is I, your senior sister, who wants heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills?" Yang Kai casually asked, "How many does senior sister need?" Chu Huashang looked at him in disbelief. "Do you have that many of them?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I don't have a lot, but it should meet senior sister Chu's needs." Chu Huashang fidgeted for a while before muttering awkwardly, "5. No, 3 is enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai put a jade bottle in front of her. Chu Huashang picked it up and opened it, only to see that there were 5 spirit pills inside. Although she had never seen this spirit pill before, she was certain that they were heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. With some slight shock, Chu Huashang called out, "Junior brother you." She was now an open heaven realm master, so she had no need for these spirit pills. It was not possible that Yang Kai was unaware of this, but he still took out 5 of them the instant she asked. Yang Kai followed up, "In the blood monster cave heaven, if it were not for senior sister's unwavering support, I am afraid that the consequences would have been disastrous. No cost can be put on a life-saving grace, so a few trivial spirit pills is nothing. Senior sister asked for them, so how can I, as your junior brother, refuse?" Chu Huashang was deeply moved, and as squeezed the jade bottle in her hand tightly, she whispered, "Junior brother, thank you." Putting away the jade bottle, Chu Huashang added, "There is one more thing that I need the help of junior brother for." "Senior sister, please speak." "When I came this time, I was also ordered by my master to come to your Void Star City to set up a Tao temple. But I came a little late, and the better locations were taken away by others, so." Yang Kai nodded knowingly, but was also a little puzzled. Why does Yinyang Cave Heaven want to set up a Tao temple? Could it be to open the door to accept disciples? But there's no need to do that in this star city. Chu Huashang smiled. "You should have some understanding of the situation in Yinyang Cave Heaven. Disciples, whether male or female, need to find a partner when the time is right. But how difficult is it to find a partner who is suitable for them and can accompany them for a lifetime? Even if they do find someone appealing, they may not be willing to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven." She glanced at Yang Kai accusingly as she spoke. Yang Kai looked down his nose, ignoring her stare. "That's why some of the outstanding disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven need to go out for life experience and to mingle with fellow cultivators in various Tao temples, so as to find a good match." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded. Yinyang Cave Heaven was trying to use this as a way to recruit people under them and enhance their own strength. A simple matter. I'll have second manager accompany you and let you choose whichever location you need for your Tao temple. Then this senior sister will thank junior brother in advance." Chu Huashang thanked him, and after a pause, pursed her lips and smiled. "Now that proper business is over, let's talk about private affairs." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "What else does senior sister want to talk about?" Chu Huashang blushed slightly and replied shyly, "Could it be that junior brother forgot what I told you in the blood monster cave heaven? Those words are still valid now, so if you could agree." She now seemed like a naive young lady, one who would grasp everyone's attention. Yang Kai wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw her eyes, he understood everything. In the blood monster cave heaven, Chu Huashang wanted to recruit Yang Kai on behalf of Yinyang Cave Heaven, bluntly saying that she hoped that he could enter Yinyang Cave Heaven, the premise being only after she broke through to the open heaven realm. However, at that time, Chu Huashang was still just an emperor realm cultivation and had not yet reached the open heaven realm, so she needed to fall in love with Yang Kai and cut off her emotions to reach a grand accomplishment in the heartless Grand Tao. But now that she was in the 6th order open heaven realm, what was the point of mentioning this? Chu Huashang added, If junior brother becomes my partner, there is no need for you to join Inyang Cave Heaven. Since you are now the Lord of Void Land, we only need to maintain it in name. If you want to stay in Void Land, you can stay here. Or if you want to come to Inyang Cave Heaven, you can do that too. Yang Kai looked at her and said, "Is this what you want, senior sister? Or is this what Inyang Cave Heaven wants?" Chu Huashang lowered her head, twisted her hands around the corners of her clothes and said softly, "It doesn't matter whose wish it is. What matters is what junior brother thinks." Seeing her act this way, Yang Kai was touched to know that Inyang Cave Heaven had not requested this. Rather, it was completely pursued by Chu Huashang herself. She wanted to use Inyang Cave Heaven to shield him, even at the expense of her own reputation. He hurriedly got up and bowed. "Senior sister's good intentions. This junior brother has received them, but I am only one step away. If I can't take this step, my Tao heart will forever be obscured. And even if I achieve the sixth order open heaven realm, I am afraid that it will become difficult to continue in the future." Hearing this, Chu Huashang sighed. Although she had expected it, she was still a little disappointed to hear Yang Kai say this. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Senior sister admires junior brother's firm will in the pursuit of the martial Tao. I will be stationed in this star city in the future, so maybe I will come visit you in your void land from time to time. I hope it won't be too troublesome when the time comes." Yang Kai laughed. "I'd like nothing more. How could it be troublesome?" Chu Huashang stood up. "Then I'll say take my leave first. I'll return when matters related to the Tao Temple have been settled." Yang Kai got up to send her off, and at the same time summoned Bian Yuqing to accompany her to the governor's residence to help her choose the location for the Tao Temple. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Kai entered retreat once more. However, before he could start cultivating, he noticed that the isolation barrier had been touched and frowned. He opened the barrier, and Bian Yuqing walked in from the outside. "Sect Master, has Chu Huashang's business arrangements been completed?" Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing said, "Yes, the arrangements have been made." As she spoke, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Bian Yuqing looked at him with a puzzled face. "Isn't this something that Sect Master left behind? Some disciples saw it while cleaning the reception hall, and thought it was something that the Sect Master had accidentally dropped, so they handed it over to this mistress." Yang Kai laughed. "How could I have left something behind? It should be senior sister Chu's. Go and return the box to her." Bian Yuqing replied, "Sect Master, if this was really Lady Chu's, then it can't be sent back, since this should be her gift to you. She is a sixth order open heaven realm. How could she have taken out and then forgotten a box for no reason?" When Yang Kai heard this, he pondered over it. After Chu Huashang entered the reception hall, he hadn't seen her take out this box. Only after she left did a disciple discover it, which made it apparent that Chu Huashang had left it behind on purpose. Her cultivation was now much higher than Yang Kai's, so if she wanted to do something covertly, he would not be able to discover it. If it wasn't for the disciples who saw it while cleaning the reception hall, it would not have been found. The contents of this box should be very valuable, Bian Yuqing casually stated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4352 Fangyu. Why do you say so? Yang Kai raised his brow. She must have secretly left it behind because it is precious, and she knew Sect Master would not accept it if she passed it to you directly. Bian Yuqing made a slight bow. If there is nothing else, this subordinate will retire first. After Bian Yuqing left, Yang Kai held the jade box in his hand, slightly dazed. He didn't know what Chu Huashang left for him before she left, but he vaguely felt that what his second manager said was not unreasonable. The box was blocked by a seal, but the method to unlock it was not too troublesome. Yang Kai used a secret technique and opened the box, but after seeing what was inside, he was slightly startled. The contents of the box were indeed, as Bian Yuqing said, extremely valuable, and not just ordinarily valuable either. It contained a 7th order Yang element monster core. This was clearly the one Chu Huashang obtained in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, She and Yang Kai comprehended the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture and crossed the blood lake to reach the central palace. On the third island, Chu Huashang obtained a 7th-order Yang element monster core, while Yang Kai only got a 5th-order core, which made him envious. 7th-order materials in general were worth at least 150 million open heaven pills, while materials of the yin or yang element would be even higher than that. Yang Kai originally bid for a 7th-order primordial yang profound ginseng at an exchange meeting, and it had cost him a great fortune. If such a 7th-order yang element monster core was put up for auction, it would definitely cause a huge scramble, and it could easily be sold for 200 million open heaven pills. But now such an item worth at least 200 million was deliberately left here by Chu Huashang for Yang Kai. It was only now that Yang Kai understood why Chu Huashang accepted the 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had given her without hesitation, and never asked how much they were worth. It turned out that she had already planned on compensating him with this. 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills were worth a lot, but they were nothing compared to a 7th-order yang element monster core. She also knew that he wouldn't accept it, so she left it behind secretly. Being a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she could not help Yang Kai by what he needed from her own sect, and could only help him within her own abilities. Since this thing did not belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and was instead something she owned personally, she had the right to do whatever she pleased with it. Yang Kai was extremely grateful and solemnly put away the 7th-order monster core. A few days later, the Void Auction House's third auction began. The Void Auction House was filled to the brim today. The auction house, which was built by Yun Xinghua himself, had an atmosphere of magnificence. It was constructed according to Yang Kai's requirements, and could accommodate 10,000 people with ease in the main floor, and had many private rooms for VIP guests. Compared to the previous 2 auctions, this one was undoubtedly of a higher standard. Because the Star City now had a resounding reputation and a much higher population, many people that had great treasures and had no way to sell them entrusted them to the auction house to auction on their behalf. The Void Auction House was naturally happy to do so, so the auction conducted this time was much livelier and fiery than the previous 2. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, which was the finale item, broke through the 10 million mark easily, and was eventually won by a master in one of the private rooms. In room A1, Yang Kai was sitting in a chair with Bian Yuqing accompanying him by his side. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's anticipation, Bian Yuqing said, "Sect Master, it's time." Yang Kai gently nodded, rubbing his fingers unconsciously. In the past 2 auctions, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill marked the end, but this time was different. On the auction stage, Yun Xinghua said loudly, "Honored guests, today we have a special item we would like to present, and I believe many will certainly be interested in it." In the auction house, the people who were about to leave stopped and looked towards Yun Xinghua curiously. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had already been auctioned off, so what else did Voidland have to offer? Was it more precious than the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? In front of everyone's eyes, Yun Xinghua took out a wooden box, used a secret technique to open its seal, and declared loudly, "A 7th-order Yang element monster core from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." The audience immediately flew into an uproar. Although the auction held by Void Auction House was quite good this time, and many high-class items had appeared, no one had imagined that such a valuable item would appear. Even top auction houses like Red Cloud's Auction House, which belonged to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven, would often have 7th-order items for sale. From the private rooms, powerful divine senses undisguisedly swarmed towards the wooden box to check whether it really was really true. Although Yun Xinghua was a 4th-order open heaven master, cold sweat oozed from his forehead due to the pressure that was like a mountain engulfing him at that moment. He felt like he was a little sheep that was being targeted by a bunch of hungry wolves. Suppressing the trepidation in his heart, Yun Xinghua took a deep breath and continued, "This item is not for auction, and only an exchange will be accepted. My Void Auction House would like to exchange this for a 7th-order Yin element treasure. If anyone has something suitable, please contact me, And rest assured, my void auction house will definitely give enough compensation. Yin Xinghua looked around and waited for a long time, but no one made a sound. In room A1, Yang Kai also monitored the situation, but he did not feel too disappointed to see no response, since he had expected this. This time was just a publicity stunt. Yang Kai believed that due to this announcement, the news that Void Auction House was trying to exchange a 7th-order Yang element treasure for a 7th-order Yin element treasure would soon spread, and anyone who met the conditions would take the initiative to approach them. Of course, this was provided that this person was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai was confident that in this way, the matter regarding his need for a high-rank Yin element treasure would be known to the entire 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai wanted to act secretively, but he had already revealed the fact that he had condensed multiple high-order elements. Anyone who was interested in him could deduce what elements he currently lacked. There was no harm in letting others know that he needed a Yin element treasure now. This was probably not something that he would get in a short period of time. He might have to wait for a long time, maybe 3 to 5 years, several dozen years, or even hundreds of years. But Yang Kai could wait. Compared to the pursuit of the martial Tao, a small wait was but a trivial matter. Moreover, he was still young, and he had only recently entered the vast outer universe. In a trivial 20 or 30 years, he had already accomplished what ordinarily took others hundreds, if not thousands of years to complete. He had enough qualifications to wait it out. While waiting, he could also accumulate and fortify his foundation, paving a smoother road to his future, thus saving himself time and effort when he eventually did break through. Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the final item every single time. Even though one was sold every 3 months, the price of this item only got higher with time. After all, there were too many cultivators that needed this kind of spirit pill. Which cave heaven or paradise did not have a few core disciples? When these disciples advanced to the open heaven realm, even if they were well prepared, and even if they had great confidence in themselves, accidents could always occur. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had fallen due to tiny mistakes, vanishing from the annals of history? If those cave heavens and paradises wanted their disciples to advance to the open heaven realm successfully, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the best guarantee. Across the 3,000 worlds, the only place a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could be acquired was Void Auction House. Void Star City's popularity was booming, and it had only taken a trivial year to become crowded. The Void Dock now had to limit the flow of people entering the city, because every moment, there were more flight-type artifacts queuing up outside, waiting to be let in. Only when people inside left were people outside allowed to enter. Bian Yuqing was planning on expanding the size of Star City, because under the current situation, it was already somewhat unable to meet its high popularity. But she was overruled by Yang Kai after she made this proposal. Voidland had sprung up suddenly, and had been growing too fast, leading to a lack of experience in various matters. So right now they had to focus on gaining stability, not endless expansion. Therefore, even though he knew that expanding the Star City could bring even greater profits, Yang Kai did not agree to it. Since there were 2 divine spirits in Voidland, Yang Kai felt that as long as he didn't go out and cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't do anything to him. It would not be too late to make plans after he got his high-rank Yin element treasure and advanced to the high-rank open heaven realm. One day, when Yang Kai was in the middle of retreat, he felt the barrier being touched, so he opened his eyes. Without an appropriate Yin element material, he could not advance to the open heaven realm. He had entered retreat this time, only to further his understanding of the elements he had already condensed, hoping he might uncover some kind of new divine ability from them. As such, it wasn't a big problem that he was disturbed. Opening the barrier, Bian Yuqing walked in from outside. Yang Kai asked, "Does senior sister Chu need something again?" In the past 6 months, Chu Huashang had opened a Tao temple in the Star City. She had just advanced to the open heaven realm, so she had spent most of her time there for 2 reasons. One was to maintain the stability of the Tao temple itself, and the other was to consolidate her new cultivation. Yang Kai had also been to the Tao temple once, and participated in discussions about the Grand Tao, but he used 7 faces to change his appearance and aura to do so. He found that the so-called Grand Tao discourse was actually just a group of young attractive people gathering together to market themselves, which wasn't of any interest to him. But Yinyang Cave Heaven had a need for this kind of place, since it was full of beautiful women and handsome men looking to find partners. From time to time, Chu Huashang would come to Voidland to look for Yang Kai. It was never for any serious reason, and instead just to casually chat with him. Yang Kai knew that she wanted him to join Yinyang Cave Heaven, but she never broached the topic directly. Naturally, since Bian Yuqing had come to alert him of a guest, he immediately thought it was that seductress again. But Bian Yuqing shook her head and reported, "It is not Lady Chu who is looking for you, but a young man named Fang Yu. He says he is an old acquaintance of sect masters." Fang Yu? Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that this name was familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere, but it did not immediately ring a bell. After thinking carefully, Yang Kai finally remembered that among the people he knew, there was only one guy named Fang Yu, whom he met in the primordial land of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. But there was not much of a friendship between them, as Yang Kai simply brought him out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at the end of the Spirit-Seizing War. However, there were quite a lot of people who were brought out by Yang Kai at that time, all of whom were chosen by the various divine spirits as bearers, but had the misfortune of losing the battle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a lot of faith tokens left behind by these disciples of various great forces. These young people had left these tokens with Yang Kai in the hopes that, if he had time in the future, he would visit their sects, so they could show their appreciation for the life-saving grace he had shown them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4353, Come to Offer Services. Yang Kai did save their lives after all. If he did not use the sealed world bead to bring them out, many of them might have been killed by the enraged divine spirits backing them. However, now that he was seen by some cave heavens and paradises as a threat to peace and order, they may have to rethink their proposal, since befriending Yang Kai could bring disaster to their sects. So even though Yang Kai had now become Voidland's sect master, and the battle that ended with the destruction of the 100 Sects Alliance had made Voidland famous, no one had come to visit. Fang Yu was not like them and obviously did not share their worries, since he was a loner, not associated with any great force. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, the divine spirit that stood behind this guy at that time was the solid earth black tortoise, and then in the primordial land, he acquired a divine medicine, the 1,000 Leaves Stone Lotus. Both of these combined basically made his defenses impregnable. There were a number of divine medicines in the primordial land. Yang Kai got Pu Bai Xiong and the little mushroom. Fang Yu got the 1,000 Leaves Stone Lotus, and a guy named Xiangying got the purple bamboo. The divine medicine Aku was obtained by an unknown cultivator, and a man surnamed Go obtained the gourd vine initially, but he was killed by Yang Kai, which led to the gourd vine falling into Yang Kai's hands. Thus, Yang Kai obtained 3 of the 6 known divine medicines. Divine medicines each had tremendous effects. Taking Pu Bai Xiong as an example, each of the berries on his head had unimaginable healing efficacies, and even a man half a step through the gates of death could be brought back to full health by eating one. In the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, when Yang Kai was being chased by Yin Xi and Zhao, if he had a berry from Pu Bai Xiong on hand, he would not have fallen into such a miserable state. So when Yang Kai came back after that, ignoring Pu Bai Xiong's strong protests, he took a berry to keep for emergencies, earning him Pu Bai Xiong's ire for several days. Little Mushroom evolved from a profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, which had unparalleled natural hallucinogenic powers. Yang Kai placed her in the 9 heavenly layers grand array as the array core of the illusion array, strengthening both even further. The 1,000 Leaves Stone Lotus had supreme defensive power. The purple bamboo that Xiangying had could suppress all types of principles, while the gourd vine could exert power equal to the strength displayed by a 5th-order open heaven realm master. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what divine medicine Aku was, and since his master had never used it to do anything, there was no way to guess. Yang Kai had never thought of exploiting the life-saving grace he had shown to those people, so when he first heard of Feng Yu's visit, he didn't have much of a reaction at all. But after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood why this guy had come at this time. If things were really as he guessed, perhaps Void Land could gain a powerful master in the near future. If Sect Master doesn't want to see him, this subordinate will turn him down. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, Bian Yuqing thought that Feng Yu was taking the opportunity to climb the ladder, and felt a little unhappy. Now that Void Land had become famous, such an occurrence would not be unusual. Yang Kai, however, just smiled and said, "Show him in." At his response, Bian Yuqing took out a communication bead and sent a message outside. After waiting for an incense stick's worth of time, a Void Land disciple led a young man with thick brows and big eyes into the reception hall. It was Feng Yu. When he saw Yang Kai, Feng Yu's eyes lit up with a look of relief. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. "Senior brother Yang." "Brother Feng." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Feng Yu looked at him incredulously and said, "When we left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I did not expect that in less than 10 years, Senior brother Yang would have made such a grand accomplishment. When I heard the name of the Void Land's sect master, this Feng couldn't believe it at first. I thought perhaps it was another man with the same name, but I never thought it would really be Senior brother Yang." Opportunities and coincidences. Yang Kai smiled and gestured. "Brother Feng, let's sit down and talk." Feng Yu did not stand on ceremony, and sat down readily as the maidservant served tea. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, "Does Brother Feng have some advice for me today?" Feng Yu laughed and said, "Senior brother Yang is now the master of a great force with numerous open heaven realm masters for subordinates. Not to mention, even a great force like Heavenly Sword Union has been defeated by your Void Land. I am but a trivial person with no roots. How can I give you any guidance? I came here today just to thank Senior brother for saving my life that day." Yang Kai smirked in his heart, but he said with a solemn expression, "What happened that day was just a simple matter. Brother Feng need not worry about it." Feng Yu replied sternly, "To Senior brother, it may have just been a minor matter, but to this Feng, it was a life-saving grace. I was selected as a bearer by that divine spirit in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and spent a lot of effort to cultivate, but the result was a complete failure. I was unable to assist my backer in achieving what he wanted, and without your help, Senior brother, the consequences would have been dire. I, along with many others, would definitely have been killed by those enraged divine spirits." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Some divine spirits were actually quite friendly. The divine spirit that took in Gu Pan would not have killed her, but Kuan Sha, the divine spirit that supported Lin Feng, would definitely have eaten Lin Feng alive to vent out his rage. Naturally, each divine spirit had a different temperament, and each of them acted in different ways. In any case, Senior brother's life-saving grace cannot be forgotten." Feng Yu continued, "This Feng is not someone who does not know how to repay the kindness that he receives. The favor from that day has been etched into this Feng's heart. If Senior brother has any orders, just speak up, and this Feng will never decline." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Junior brother Feng is too serious. My Void Land is at peace now, so there is no need to speak of such heavy matters. No matter what it is. This Feng wants to do something to repay this favor. If not, I will not be able to eat and sleep in peace." Feng Yu's face was earnest. "It's really fine." Yang Kai said while shaking his head slowly. Fang Yu asked anxiously. When I came here, I passed through the Star City dock, and it was quite overcrowded. Does senior brother need manpower to maintain order? Although this Fang's cultivation is low, I will still do my best. Yang Kai said. I have people guarding the dock, so I won't bother Brother Fang. Well, if Brother Fang is free, you might as well spend some time in my void land. I still have some things to do, so I won't be able to accompany you further. Saying so, he stood up. Fang Yu rushed up to him in a stride, grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve, and hurriedly said, Senior brother, please stay. Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. Brother Fang, is there anything else? Fang Yu faltered and blushed slightly, unable to speak. Yang Kai sighed. Brother Fang, just say what you have to say, why beat around the bush? When Fang Yu saw his expression, he suddenly came to his senses. Senior brother, you already expected me to ask for help. Yang Kai said, I had a guess, but I wasn't sure. Now I am. Brother Fang is here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, right? Fang Yu's face turned slightly red, and he looked very embarrassed when Yang Kai said that. Senior brother, this Fang Yu would like to offer his services to you, and hopes senior brother will take me in. Yang Kai took a deep look at him, and held out his hand. Let's sit down and talk. The two men retook their seats. Yang Kai said slowly, Brother Fang should have a great aptitude to be valued by the solid earth black tortoise, and be chosen as his bearer. But sixth-order elements are probably a bit too much for Brother Fang. Of course, the solid earth black tortoise would not care about your future problems. He only wanted Brother Fang to be as strong as possible, so that he could win the first place in the spirit-seizing war. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the solid earth black tortoise helped Brother Fang to forcibly raise your strength, right? Fang Yu said with shame. It appears I can't hide anything from senior brother Yang. Yang Kai replied, I was there in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary as well, and I was chosen to be a bearer, so I know firsthand about such matters. At that time, Zhu Jiuyin also wanted to forcibly raise Yang Kai's strength by making him condense a sixth-order earth element. However, Yang Kai staked his own life against it, forcing her to back down. Furthermore, considering that Yang Kai was originally refining seventh-order elements, and his strength was already phenomenal, Zhu Jiuyin was willing to back down. But others, such as Fang Yu, were not so lucky, and were forced by their divine spirits to condense sixth-order, or even seventh-order elements. Even taking the entire 3,000 worlds into consideration, those who could condense sixth-order powers and directly achieve the sixth-order open heaven realm were extreme rarities, often core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. There were only a few of such people in each generation, such as Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran and so on. Although Fang Yu and the others had good aptitudes and were valued by the divine spirits, they were still inferior to geniuses like Gu Pan and Chu Huashang. Their limit was the fifth order, even though forcing them to condense sixth-order elements could grant them more power for a short period of time, allowing them to gain some advantage in the spirit-seizing war. It would leave fatal drawbacks. These drawbacks would become more and more serious as they progressed in their cultivation. By condensing elements beyond what they were capable of bearing, once they tried to break through to the open heaven realm, they would most likely die. Ding Yi, the leader of Emperor Heaven back then, was forced by Bai Fang to condense a seventh-order fire element power. But every time he used this power, he suffered a serious backlash. He would look like a cooked crab, all red and steaming hot from overheating. Yang Kai had once asserted that if Ding Yi dared to break through to the open heaven realm, he would die on the spot in 9 out of 10 cases. Fang Yu was now facing the same problem. The only thing that could help him and the others was the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills that Yang Kai had. This spirit pill could greatly increase the chances of success. If Fang Yu took one before attempting to break through, although there was no guarantee of success, the chance of failure would be greatly reduced. However, Fang Yu was only an Emperor Realm cultivator without any background, so how could he earn enough open heaven pills to afford to buy a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Thus, he thought that the only way he could survive was by joining Yang Kai. That was why Feng Yu had approached him today. Feng Yu said with a bitter smile. In the 10 years that I stayed in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, this Feng traversed the path that others could not finish even in 100 years. With the assistance of Senior Solid Earth Black Tortoise, I refined several materials for different elements, and advanced straight to the half-step open heaven realm. However, this Feng knows his aptitude very clearly. In this Feng's present situation, I will not be able to bear the impact of advancing to the 6th order open heaven realm. The only possible way to survive would be to instead advance to the 3rd order. But even then the chances are slim. It was easy for him to advance into the 3rd order, since he would only need to refine a 3rd order material. The powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements required to break through to the open heaven realm were like the boards of a wooden barrel. The amount of water that could be stored in the wooden barrel depended entirely on the shortest board, regardless of how tall the others were. But with such a great starting point, how could this Feng be willing to settle for the trivial 3rd order open heaven realm? These words couldn't help but resonate with Yang Kai, because all of them had a high starting point. They couldn't settle for such mediocre achievements. The gap was just too big. From the situation Feng Yu pitched, it could be seen that the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary needed Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills much more than others. The closer they were to breaking through, the more urgent their need would be. Thus, what Feng Yu was saying had promise indeed. If what this Feng said assured Senior Brother, please let me handle this matter. If I act as an example, I believe they will be more assured. Feng Yu volunteered. Since he had just joined Void Land, he needed to do something to prove his worth, not just silently cultivate. What does Junior Brother plan to do? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Feng Yu smiled and said, I would like to ask Senior Brother to allocate a store to me. This Junior Brother can open a Grand Ancient Ruins shop in the Star City, not to sell anything, just to allow people to be able to find and come to this Junior Brother. Yang Kai laughed. Is Junior Brother trying to fish? Feng Yu winked at him and said, the ones who need it will take the bait. If Feng Yu personally ran the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Yang Kai believed that those who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would be much less wary, and it would be much easier to recruit them. Yang Kai had no reason to refuse anyway. It was only a single store, and it didn't matter even if he could not recruit people. He immediately called Bian Yuqing in and asked her to cooperate with Feng Yu. Soon, a store called Grand Ancient Ruins Shop opened in the center of the Star City, near Void Auction House. Grand Ancient Ruins Shop sold numerous goods, but none of the items were particularly valuable. In other words, it was a general store. There were also only a few shop hands in the Grand Ancient Ruins Shop. The sudden appearance of such a shop in such a prime location naturally aroused the interest of many, who came to investigate, but after ascertaining the circumstances of Grand Ancient Ruins shop, many people sighed, thinking that the shopkeeper was simply stupid. It was an unwise decision to open the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in such an area, which was a waste of money. Therefore, the popularity of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary quickly died out a few days after it opened. The few shop hands had nothing to do all day long, and Feng Yu just sat behind the counter and cultivated in silence. However, the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had its first harvest after just 10 days. A young man called Li Yi approached Feng Yu, talked with him in a secret room, and was quickly introduced to Void Land. Li Yi was also one of the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Just like Feng Yu, he was a rogue cultivator. However, he was a little bit inferior when compared to Feng Yu, as he had only condensed 5th order elements. Still, even 5th order elements was beyond his limit. When Feng Yu heard about the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, he took the initiative to come to the Star City, which Li Yi had also done. However, Li Yi had no relationship with Yang Kai whatsoever, except for the fact that he was brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by him. Thus, he did not take the liberty of visiting Yang Kai due to the fear that he would be ignored. Moreover, he could not be sure that Void Land's lord was the Yang Kai he met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If this Yang Kai was not the one that he knew, and they just had similar names, then he would be put in an awkward spot. When Li Yi was at a loss for what to do, he passed by the Grand Ancient Ruins shop and saw Fang Yu. He was not familiar with Fang Yu, but he had met with him face to face before, so he naturally remembered him. Li Yi felt surprised and delighted, and decided to talk to him. Fang Yu was waiting for this moment, so he didn't hesitate, and immediately led Li Yi into the secret room. Getting to know that he could obtain a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill when he was about to break through to the open heaven realm, as long as he joined Voidland, made Li Yi feel overjoyed. He nodded in agreement without any hesitation. To him, this was a life-saving straw he found when drowning, so why would he not grasp onto it firmly? With his successful recruitment of Li Yi, Fang Yu became even more confident. He believed that as long as those bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary heard news of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they would look for Void Star City sooner or later. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. While Fang Yu was staying in the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Manager Zhou from Azura Heaven visited Voidland again. He and Yang Kai had bargained before, each putting forward their own conditions, but Manager Zhou was unable to make a decision and had sent a message to his superiors. This time, he had come to deliver Azura Heaven's answer. Yang Kai needed a high-ranking element treasure, which Azura Heaven insisted was not possible. This was their bottom line, and there would be no negotiations. Even though Yang Kai had expected it, he was still slightly disappointed. Azura Heaven also failed to buy any heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's attitude towards this matter was quite simple. They did not sell something he wanted, so naturally, he would not sell them what they wanted. If they wanted heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they could go to the auction that happened once every 3 months and bid for it themselves. The final results of the negotiations were that Void Star City would set aside a large plot for a new Azura arena to be built. Voidland would take a 30% share of the profits, but the rent and taxes would all be free. Void Auction House was already established now, so with the 30% stake in the Azura arena, 2 giant money trees had been planted. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4355, Old Bai's Accident. With the auction house and Azura Arena's 30% share, plus the Star City's rent and taxes, Voidland was now making a lot of money every day, more than enough to meet its current needs. It no longer needed to worry about making ends meet. However, 6th-order materials were still a problem. Although materials of this order were not as rare as those of the high rank, the amount of 6th-order materials one could find was definitely not great, and they couldn't easily be bought with money. Although the Star City was now popular, and some 6th-order materials were now flowing in, there were still many in Voidland who needed 6th-order materials. The great emperors Yang Kai's wives and even Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yuner, Li Wuyi, Yang Yan, and several others all needed 6th-order materials. Although Yang Kai made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, including a lot of 6th-order materials, it couldn't support the needs of so many. Originally, after Yu He and Mo Mei advanced to the 6th-order Open Heaven realm, they wanted to use 6th-order materials to cultivate. However, due to the lack of materials, they could only cultivate with Open Heaven pills. While refining Open Heaven pills could certainly help steadily improve their cultivation, the efficiency was not as good as directly refining 6th-order materials. Although Voidland had been spending a lot of money to acquire 6th-order materials, it still could not keep up with its pace of consumption, resulting in Yang Kai contributing even the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. The 6th-order Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was sealed within the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. It was a 6th-order metal element material that could be refined by cultivators. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Su Zhen had helped Yang Kai upgrade his wind gourd to this Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd. This item had played a significant role in Yang Kai's hands, and he repeatedly used it as a trump card to deal with strong enemies. However, now that Voidland had a shortage of 6th-order materials, Yang Kai could only prioritize the cultivation needs of everyone first. Besides, he had made up his mind to not leave Void Land easily, so the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd would also not be of any use for the time being. When he later broke through to the open heaven realm, the Yuan magnetic divine bottle gourd would also become useless. On the other hand, Void Land wasn't the least bit worried about fifth-order materials, because the gourd vine could produce a whole set of fifth-order materials every month. There were always enough fifth-order materials, and all they needed to do was slowly wait. So Void Land never needed to buy fifth-order materials, and instead, they bought a lot of fourth-order and third-order materials. The Star City was developing steadily, and everything in Void Land had gradually entered the right track. Day by day, Yang Kai's retreats were also being rewarded. He had now refined 6 element powers, only missing the Yin element. From these element powers, he had obtained the Golden Crow casts the Sun Divine Manifestation by comprehending the mysteries of his Golden Crow's true fire. The Earth Great Dragon Bead helped him obtain the Dragon Shield secret technique, which was a powerful defensive ability, and the essence of the Immortal Tree helped him comprehend the Towering Evergreen Tree, another divine manifestation, which was remarkably effective in both protection and healing. During these days of retreat, Yang Kai also comprehended water reflects the moon. Although it was not a divine manifestation, and instead just a divine ability, it complemented the Golden Crow casts the sun perfectly. The metal element power was refined by Yang Kai from the monster core of the Golden Wolf King, and around the same time, as when Yang Kai realized the divine ability of water reflects the moon, he was also blessed with the comprehension of Golden Wolf howls at the moon. Among the 6 elements he had refined, he had only not yet comprehended a divine ability from his Yang element. However, Yang Kai had obtained his Yang element power by refining the primordial Yang profound ginseng, so he, who did not know what he would be able to comprehend in the end, could only wait in silence. The Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and each time the finale was a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Most recently, the 10th Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had been auctioned off. In other words, it had already been 3 years since the Great Void Land migration. Void Land and its Star City had been developing quite well during this time. The only hiccup was the high-order Yin element treasure that Yang Kai needed, which there was still no news of. However, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself for this, so he was not anxious. Not to mention 3 years, he could continue to wait for several hundred years. He believed that as long as he had and was in this Star City, sooner or later, he could get what he wanted. Yang Kai had originally planned to just sit back and wait, but life never went as one planned. He overestimated the patience of some people and underestimated their determination to target him. While he was in retreat one day, the isolation barrier was touched. Yang Kai opened the restriction, and Bian Yuqing hurriedly came in, her expression slightly unsightly. Sect Master. Yang Kai looked at her and asked, "What is it?" "There is news from the Void Dock that Bai Qi was found." "Old Bai was found." Yang Kai frowned. "What happened to Old Bai?" Bian Yuqing responded, "Bai Qi was severely injured by someone and fell into a coma. He was brought to the dock by a passing ship." "What?" Yang Kai immediately jumped up. More than a year ago, he had sent someone to Thousand Birds territory to find the proprietress, and to ask her to come to Void Land as a guest. He intended to ask her to open up a first and branch in their own Star City, so that it would be convenient to take care of and meet each other. But the messenger he sent eventually came back, and reported that the first and branch was closed temporarily. The 3,000 worlds was vast and boundless, and filled with seemingly endless great territories. Yang Kai simply did not know how to find Old Bai and the proprietress, so he could only give up. Who would have guessed that today, when he finally got news of Bai Qi, that he was seriously injured and unconscious? Old Bai was a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, so for another cultivator to injure him so gravely, they would have to be at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Being that he was a shop hand of First In, and the personal attendant of the proprietress, who would dare attack him so recklessly? If Bai Qi was so seriously injured, what about the proprietress? Yang Kai's heart clenched. and he suddenly had a sinking feeling, like a big invisible net was covering him. After receiving the news, Yang Kai immediately summoned Yu He and asked her to follow him to the Star City Void Dock. Soon, Yang Kai saw Old Bai while Jin Yuanlang personally reported the situation at the dock. Void Star City was now overcrowded, and every day there were many people waiting in line outside the dock to enter. Although the number of people was quite large, Jin Yuanlang had been in charge of the dock for a few years now, so he was able to handle it. When checking one of the ships waiting to enter, the owner reported that there was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master called Bai Qi on board, who seemed to know the Lord of Void Land. Jin Yuanlang did not dare to be slow, and went to check, and when he saw that it was indeed Bai Qi, he urgently treated his wounds to stabilize his condition, while also sending a message to Void Land. When Yang Kai arrived, Bai Qi was still in a coma, his face as pale as paper. His aura was unstable, and his body was drenched with fresh blood. The dried blood was caked onto his clothes in a way that was unbearable to see. Sect Master, Brother Bai has already taken a healing pill, and there is no danger to his life for the time being, but Jin Yuanlang, who was worried, stepped forward to whisper something to Yang Kai. But what? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, his face almost dripping with gloom. But Brother Bai had pushed himself too far. When he was seriously injured, he did not heal his injuries properly, and instead overexerted his own strength, resulting in the small universe in his body showing signs of instability. There is a risk that it might collapse soon. It is difficult to say whether he will survive. Yang Kai's face became uglier and uglier. If the small universe in Bai Qi's body really collapsed, then his cultivation would become completely useless, and he would become a cripple. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked. Jin Yuanlang shook his head slowly. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yu He. After all, someone from Abundance City would not know much about this kind of thing, while Yu He might have some options. Yu He promptly answered, "If we have a star-gathering universe pill, it should help him stabilize his small universe." During battles between Open Heaven Realm Masters, there are cases like Old Bai's, where the small universe in their body becomes turbulent. If the situation is mild, it is fine and can be resolved with some meditation and quiet cultivation. But if it is serious, it would require external help to restore. The star-gathering universe pill has this effect, but that pill is precious and ordinary alchemists would find it difficult to refine. Yang Kai immediately said, "Send out a message that my Void Land is offering a huge reward for a star-gathering universe pill. If anyone has this spirit pill or can refine it, Void Land will fulfill any one wish they have, as long as it is within our ability." The Star City was now full of talented people from all walks of life, and even many alchemists from other great forces were stationed here. The only way to get a star-gathering universe pill was from the Star City, and Yang Kai could only pray that someone in Star City had or could refine one. After asking Yu He to take care of Old Bai, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Jin Yuanlang cupped his fist and said, "Sect Master, my subordinates don't know what happened exactly, but when they were checking a certain ship, someone reported that there was a seriously injured person on board, called Bai Qi. It turned out to be Brother Bai, so I hurriedly reported it." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bai Qi was unconscious, so how did the people on the ship know that his name was Bai Qi? Where is the owner of this ship? "He's outside," Jin Yuanlang said before hurriedly asking someone to bring the manager in. The manager, who was only in the Third Order Open Heaven Realm, said with some trepidation once he stepped into the room, "Profound Thunder Sect's Lu Wenfei greets sirs." Yang Kai turned his head towards him, looked him up and down, and saw that this man's hair was white. He looked elderly, with an unstable aura. Obviously, the Third Order Open Heaven Realm was his limit and Profound Thunder Sect was just a third-class force. Jin Yuanlang said, "Manager Lu need not be afraid. My Void Land will never bully the weak. I only called you over because my sect master has some questions he wishes to ask." Lu Wenfei bowed his head and said, "Sir, this old man will tell you everything I know no matter what questions you have." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Manager Lu, I want to know where you found Bai Qi and what the situation was at that time. Lu Wenfei hurriedly reported. Sir, this old man met Sir Bai Qi in this void territory. He was in a hurry at that time, but it seemed that because he was seriously injured, his strength was failing him, and his speed was quite slow. This old man invited him on board, but he only had time to report his name, and that he was to be taken to the Yongkai of Void Land directly. After that he passed out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4356, Man-Made Disaster. Hearing him mention Sect Master Yang's name, this old man did not dare to neglect this issue. This old man immediately rushed to the dock, and when I saw Sir Jean, this old man reported the matter. Is that all? Yongkai asked in a deep voice. Lu Wenfei hurriedly said, Sect Master Yang, please understand, this was really what happened. This old man would never dare to hide anything from you. Yongkai looked at his face, nodded lightly and said, I understand. He ordered someone to lead Lu Wenfei out, and to also reward him with some open heaven pills. Yongkai also instructed his men to monitor Lu Wenfei's movements. Jin Yuanlang mused, Sect Master is suspicious of this profound thunder sect. Just in case, but they should have nothing to do with Old Bai's matter. It is most likely just a coincidence. In the end it didn't matter. If Old Bai woke up, everything would become clear. But right now, Old Bai's situation did not look very optimistic. Yongkai carefully put him into the Fated Paths bag, and brought him back to Void Land. At the same time, he sent a message to the Star City Governor's mansion, telling Mo to personally put up a reward for a star-gathering universe pill. In a secret chamber, Old Bai was lying on the bed, breathing weakly, still unconscious. The aura surrounding him was extremely faint. He carefully used world force to adjust the small universe in Old Bai's body, to prevent his injuries from deteriorating. Yongkai, on the other hand, used his wood element power to heal Old Bai's physical injuries. Yongkai really didn't know where the proprietress had gone for more than 2 years. Word of the previous battle against Void Land by the 100 Sects Alliance had already spread throughout the 3,000 worlds. Logically speaking, according to the proprietress's temperament, if she got to know that such an event had happened, she would have already come to Void Land to investigate the situation. But she never showed up. Yongkai sent someone to invite the proprietress to Void Star City, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Where did she go after leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? What happened to her? Just who managed to injure Old Bai like this? As long as Old Bai did not wake up, everything would remain a mystery. 2 days later, good news came from the Star City Governor's mansion. There was an alchemy grandmaster in the Star City, who could refine the star-gathering universe pill. With the help of Yongkai's wood element power, Old Bai's injuries were much better, and his aura had also stabilized a lot. But the small universe in his body was still far from stable. If this was not resolved, Old Bai could die at any time, even if he woke up. Yongkai had been quite worried these past 2 days, but now he had finally heard some good news. He immediately ordered someone to invite the Grandmaster over, but soon Mo sent a message back, saying that although the alchemist was willing to help Void Land, he was asking for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills recipe and 100 portions of World Source liquid as his price. Mo was extremely annoyed by this shameless request. The only reason Void Star City was so popular was because of its Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. This kind of pill was only available in Void Land, so if someone else obtained its recipe and a large supply of its main ingredient, it would greatly affect the future development of the Star City. The alchemist obviously understood this, which was why he made such an excessive demand. Yongkai's heart was filled with rage, but he did not hesitate to reply, "Promise him." Even if someone had the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills recipe, they would need World Source liquid, which was the primary ingredient. 100 portions of World Source liquid could only make a total of 100 Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Although it was a lot compared to Old Bai's life, it was nothing. After he sent the message, an idea flashed through Yongkai's mind, and he sent another message, Tell that alchemist that he can have the pill recipe, but we can only give him 10 portions of world source liquid. Tell him to take it or leave it." It wasn't that he wasn't willing to hand over 100 portions, or that he didn't have enough world source liquid to spare. In fact, Yang Kai had a literal pond of it. However, if he just agreed to such an excessive request, he would be revealing this fact, which would be detrimental in the future to all of Void Land. It wouldn't even matter if this alchemist did refuse, since Yang Kai could just continue to negotiate. After waiting for less than an incense stick worth of time, Emome came back with a message. The alchemist agreed. He probably thought that world source liquid was extremely rare, and asking for 100 portions was just him trying to take the lion's share, not really expecting to get it. Since Void Land had put forth a counteroffer, 10 portions would be more than enough to satisfy him. The alchemist also put forth a condition that he would not come to Void Land to perform alchemy, and would instead refine the spirit pill, and then make the trade in the Star City. Yang Kai believed that the alchemist feared entering Void Land would be disadvantageous for him. After all, he openly coveted the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. The alchemist, who dared to request such a thing, knew he had offended them. In Void Land, where his life or death would be under the control of another, how would he dare to perform alchemy? All that did not matter though, since Yang Kai agreed to his condition. It would take a few days to refine the star-gathering universe pill. After all kinds of materials were needed to make it. Fortunately, the Star City now had a wide range of goods for sale, so it would definitely not be difficult to collect the materials required. Yang Kai was glad that he had made great efforts to develop the Star City. Otherwise, where could he have found an alchemist who could refine the star-gathering universe pill while collecting the materials locally? 2 days later, Old Bai woke up. Yang Kai was healing him at that time, and suddenly found that Old Bai's aura had stabilized slightly. His eyelids twitched, so Yang Kai called out to him a few times hastily. Old Bai really did open his eyes, and when he saw Yang Kai, he grabbed his arm and said through clenched teeth, "Proprietress is in trouble, please save her." Yang Kai's heart sank, and while suppressing the uneasiness he felt, he said comfortingly, "Speak whatever you want to say slowly. You're gravely injured, so you can't let your emotions fluctuate too much." Old Bai took a few deep breaths, lay down on the bed, and explained what had happened over the past 2 years. After parting with Yang Kai and leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the proprietress took Old Bai and the others to the Shattered Heaven instead of Thousand Birds territory. The Shattered Heaven was a famous place in the 3,000 worlds, because that place was a battlefield that were the remains of a shocking war that happened during ancient times. No one knew which masters participated in that calamitous war, but it was certain that many high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were involved and had met their ends there. In the Shattered Heaven, there were crises around every corner, with numerous ancient seals and divine abilities that either persisted to today or could be triggered at a moment's notice. There were even some extremely dangerous artifacts and entities that had gained spirituality and would attack with earth-shattering and heaven-destroying power. In addition, there were many universe cave heavens and universe paradises left after the death of so many high-rank Open Heaven realm masters. And if one was not careful, they could fall into one, never to escape. Naturally, it was known as a forbidden zone in the 3,000 worlds. Even high-rank Open Heaven realm masters were reluctant to set foot there, because no one knew when danger would strike in that place. Once, an 8th Order Open Heaven realm cultivator ventured deep into the Shattered Heaven and simply disappeared. No one knew whether that person was dead or alive. More than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters had also disappeared in the Shattered Heaven in the last 1,000 years. But even if the Shattered Heaven was notorious, many cultivators could not resist exploring it, because as the remnants of an ancient battlefield, where countless powerful masters had died, countless riches had also been left behind. Not to mention, if one could find the entrance to a universe cave heaven or a universe paradise, they could scavenge the legacy left behind by those high-rank Open Heaven realm masters. A single blood monster cave heaven drew forces from all across the 3,000 worlds every time it opened. But what if there was more than one blood monster cave heaven hidden in the shattered heaven? It was possible that dozens, if not hundreds of universe cave heavens and paradises remained, so it was not hard to imagine what an irresistible temptation it presented. After the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, the proprietress had said that Yang Kai should cultivate peacefully and let her take care of the matter of the high-rank Yin element treasure. So, after parting with Yang Kai, she led Bai Qi and the others directly to the shattered heaven. The proprietress was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, while Old Bai, chef, and accountant were all fifth-order masters. The four of them made for a considerable force, and if they were lucky enough, they might just be able to find a high-rank Yin element treasure in the shattered heaven. In fact, the proprietress's luck was quite good. In the 2 years they spent in the shattered heaven, they really did come across a suspected high-rank Yin element treasure. But while they were trying to collect it, some sort of restriction that they had not discovered was triggered, and it disappeared, along with accountant and chef. The proprietress tried to escape, but her efforts proved futile. Just when Old Bai was at a loss on what to do, a voice reached his ear. If you want to save them, go to Void Land and find Yang Kai. Don't delay or it will be too late. After listening to Old Bai's explanation, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the proprietress would be in trouble because of him. If she hadn't wanted to help him find a high-rank Yin element treasure, why would she have risked going to the shattered heaven, where even high-rank open heaven realm masters could die? If she hadn't gone to the shattered heaven, she wouldn't have suddenly disappeared. The voice transmission that Old Bai heard at the end clearly indicated something. Damn it! Yang Kai ground his teeth. This was obviously a very complex and well-planned trap. If not, why would Old Bai hear that voice transmission? Some people were trying to lure the snake out of the hole. Yang Kai had been staying in Void Land for the past 2 years, so the forces aiming at him had no way to attack him. As such, they decided to target the proprietress to lure him out. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai suppressed the rage in his heart. Someone must have done it on purpose. Old Bai looked at Yang Kai with shame present on his face. I didn't understand why the mastermind behind this wanted me to come to Void Land to find you. But after hearing some news along the way, I understood. Old Bai heard about the destruction of the 100 Sects Alliance on his way here, and only then realized that Void Land was now a force that had a mighty army with the finest arms at the ready. Even Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union died in Void Land. Now that Void Land had 2 divine spirits protecting it, if they wanted to deal with Yang Kai, they would need to separate him from Void Land. Bai Qi clearly knew this, and also knew that if he came and informed Yang Kai about what happened, Yang Kai would not sit idly by. But the proprietress's safety was at stake, and thus he had to do something. Naturally, this caused him to feel great guilt towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai, if you do not want to go, this Old Bai will not blame you. After I heal my wounds, I will go and save proprietress myself. Yang Kai firmly and decisively shook his head. Proprietress has shown great kindness and care towards me. Without her, there would not be a Yang Kai today. She is in trouble because of me, and the mastermind behind this is clearly doing this to target me. If after knowing this I do not go, how can I still have the face to live in this world? Old Bai, you are underestimating me by saying that. Old Bai let out a soft sigh. Besides, in this condition, what more can you do? As for proprietress, you can rest assured. Since this person is targeting me, he will not do anything to her until I show up. Yang Kai comforted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4357, Hitting a Wall. That said, Yang Kai still felt somewhat uneasy since, right now, no one knew what the proprietress situation was. Old Bai's physical injuries had healed a lot thanks to his wood element power, and the healing pills he had taken. All remaining issues need to be taken care of slowly. Right now, the greatest problem he faced was the instability of the small universe in his body, but that required the star-gathering universe pill to resolve. Leaving Yu He to look after Old Bai, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Mo Mei, inquiring about the situation. Shortly afterwards, Mo replied that the star-gathering universe pill was being refined. While she didn't know when it would be successfully completed, once the pill was ready, she would send it to Void Land immediately. Yang Kai stood on the top of a certain spirit peak, after breaking off the transmission with Mo. Gazing at the sea of clouds, he sorted out his jumbled thoughts while his mind wandered. The proprietress was in trouble, and someone was trying to lure him out of Void Land. But in the face of this situation, he really did not have any good solution. Unless he acted like a shrinking turtle, he could not sit idly by. However, if he really did rush out of Void Land, his enemy's scheme would be successful. After a long contemplation, Yang Kai's gaze gradually hardened. His body flickered, and he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived outside of a great palace, which was protected by layers of arrays. Entry into this part of the Void Land was forbidden for any uninvited person. Even its open heaven realm masters had to go around this place. This couldn't be helped, because this was the place where Zhu Jiuyin cultivated in retreat. Facing this palace, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Senior, Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." There was no response. Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior, I need to see you urgently, please show yourself." Even after calling for her 3 times in a row, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond. Yang Kai felt very annoyed. Although there were barriers here, Zhu Jiuyin was incredibly powerful, so she certainly knew he was here. She must have also heard his voice. Yet, she was not showing up. What did that mean? Ever since she came to Void Land, Zhu Jiuyin had been living in seclusion, except for the last time when the 100 Sects Alliance had come. Other than that time, she had basically not shown herself. Normally, since Zhu Jiuyin had taken such an attitude, Yang Kai would not impose himself on her. However, this time, since it was related to the safety of the proprietress, he had no choice but to risk offending her. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, its tip pointing forward. With a single thought, the 9 heavenly layers grand array roared to life, making the entire Void Land buzz. It had been 3 years since the last time the 9 heavenly layers grand array had been activated. So while the starlight strength gathered in such a short period of time was not much, it was enough to support Yang Kai to activate it at least once. The Azure Dragon Spear suddenly turned into a great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. The giant dragon stared at the palace's front door majestically, ready to pounce with its teeth and claws. "You dare to display such impudence, you brat?" Zhu Jiuyin's voice boomed in Yang Kai's ears, and a slender figure entered his field of vision after the palace's restriction disappeared. Seeing her, Yang Kai hurriedly dispersed the power of the Grand Array and put away the Azure Dragon Spear. His action had made the great dragon disintegrated into thin air. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with annoyance. "What madness possessed you to do this, you smelly brat?" Yang Kai's face was slightly pale, and after taking a few sharp gasps for breath, he cupped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, senior, but the situation is urgent." Zhu Jiuyin looked at him suspiciously and frowned when she saw him so disturbed. Last time, when the 100 Sects Alliance had come, Yang Kai was as steady as a mountain and did not send any messages to her, asking for help, until the very last moment. It was only when the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters suddenly showed up that Zhu Jiuyin really took action. What could have happened this time for him to appear so disturbed? Faintly aware that the situation this time was probably not a small matter, Zhu Jiuyin softly snorted, "Come in and talk." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai followed Zhu Jiuyin into the palace after he cupped his fist. After the guest and the host were seated, Yang Kai looked around and saw no sign of Shanqing Luo. She was obviously cultivating in retreat. With Zhu Jiuyin, a divine spirit of the same lineage as her, personally teaching her, Shanqing Luo's future cultivation path was not something Yang Kai needed to worry about. "So, what is it?" Zhu Jiuyin proactively asked. Yang Kai organized his thoughts and told her briefly about what had happened to the proprietress. Zhu Jiuyin listened to him completely before she snorted. What the hell did you do to provoke so many people to deal with you? Last time, it was the 100 Sects Alliance, and this time, it is clear that some group is targeting you. This queen and that old turtle are present in Voidland, which is why they are using that Lan Yu Rua as bait to lure you out. It is only because of your relationship with her. What Senior says is true. Someone is trying to lure me out. Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Jiuyin looked at him with amusement. Since you know this, why don't you just not go out? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I have to go. Since the mastermind behind this had told Old Bai to go to Voidland and inform him, it was clear that his target was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not show up, the crisis that the proprietress was in would not be resolved. Furthermore, she would only be put into more danger. So, even though he knew that once he left Voidland, he would be stepping into a trap set by someone else, Yang Kai had to leap into it. Zhu Jiuyin looked up and down at him. I didn't know you were so foolish till now. Yang Kai quickly replied, Senior, please don't joke right now. This junior is feeling really anxious. Zhu Jiuyin laughed coldly. What kind of bewitching soup did that woman feed you for you to even risk yourself to save her? Do you not know, if something happens to you, Luor will try to avenge you no matter what? With the inconsequential cultivation she has right now, it will be the same as impulsively jumping into death's embrace. Even so, she will still do it. Yang Kai said, Proprietress has shown great kindness to me. Now that she is in trouble, I cannot sit idly by. Zhu Jiuyin snickered, fool. Suddenly, she frowned and squinted at Yang Kai. What are you doing here talking to this queen then? I'm warning you. Don't get any ideas about bothering this queen. Yang Kai said, Since someone has set up such a trap, waiting for this junior to throw himself in, I naturally cannot go unprepared. In all of Voidland, I can only rely on you, Senior, so I hope Senior can accompany me. In your dreams, Zhu Jiuyin instantly snapped. Senior, please don't forget that you are my protector. You have sworn an oath on your divine spirit source. If this junior dies during this trip, you will be breaching your oath. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled lightly and said, Really? This queen seems to recall there being many clauses in that oath, such as this queen's protection, not extending to situations in which you cause trouble outside yourself and get killed? Go ahead. This queen will wait for the good news here in Voidland. Once you die, this queen will be free. Just thinking about it certainly makes this queen feel happy. Yang Kai said miserably, Senior, I was the one who brought you out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, out of that prisoner's cage. You can't just sit back and watch when I'm in trouble now. When those two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked you last time, didn't this queen help? This queen is your protector, not your nanny. If you want to go around courting death, this queen cannot stop you. Forget about this. This queen will never agree to accompany you. Zhu Jiuyin flicked her sleeve. Get out, get out. Don't show this queen your unlucky appearance. All it will do is bring misfortune. A strong force shoved Yang Kai, pushing him back. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, If Senior helps me this one time, ensuring that Proprietress is safe and sound, then I will consider Senior to have fully fulfilled her oath. From then on, Senior will regain her freedom. Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused, and her beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at him. Is what you're saying true? Yang Kai grit his teeth and said, I always mean what I say. Zhu Jiuyin was clearly moved. As long as she helped Yang Kai this time, she could be released from her oath. And for her, this was indeed a huge temptation. It would be a hassle for her to be a protector for 1,000 years. Especially since this brat in front of her had a propensity for stirring up trouble. She would not have to help this brat clean up after every mess he made. But Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head after pondering for only a little while, and declared, No, absolutely not. Yang Kai hurriedly asked, Why? Zhu Jiuyin grunted. Do you think a divine spirit is invincible? This queen's strength has not yet been fully restored, and last time, they already tested this queen's depths. They would have obviously taken this queen into consideration, since they are targeting you. Perhaps the people targeting you have set up a terrifying trap outside, just waiting for this queen to step into it. After saying this, Zhu Jiuyin could not help but have a cold sweat, increasingly feeling a sense of an inexplicable crisis. I was almost deceived by your honeyed words, you damn brat, Zhu Jiuyin scolded furiously. Yang Kai also snarled angrily. Senior is so heartless, even refusing to grant this small favor. Is this what you call a small favor? Stop talking nonsense. You are asking this queen to gamble with her life. Fine then. Yang Kai ground his teeth angrily. Since Senior is so unwilling to help, this junior will not force you. Just know that if this junior really dies on this trip, Luoer will become a widow, and we will see if she forever resents you or not. Despicable little bastard. Zhu Jiuyin's face turned red with rage. Get out. With a flick of her hand, she drove Yang Kai out of the palace, causing him to tumble through the air for a few breaths before he slowly stabilized himself. Glancing at the palace where Zhu Jiuyin lived, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh. Even though he had been arguing so passionately with her just now, he was in no position to blame Zhu Jiuyin for refusing his request. Zhu Jiuyin was right. Her existence was already known to them, and this time, she would definitely be taken into account and targeted. Even if Zhu Jiuyin accompanied him, the other party may have the means to deal with her. However, right now in Voidland, she and Bai Shi were the strongest masters available. Yang Kai definitely needed their help to save the proprietress. After hitting a wall with Zhu Jiuyin, Yang Kai turned his head towards the Dragon Sun's peak. Martial Peak, Chapter 4358, Tortoiseshell. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and the old man Bai Shi sat facing each other with a chessboard in between them. They played in turns and Yang Kai, who did not know how to play this game too well, was soon defeated. Xiao Hong stood behind him, watching nervously and clenching her little fists from time to time, while Xiao Hei sat beside him, mindlessly giggling and drooling all over the place. Boy, you are a little unfocused today, no? Bai Shi said smilingly, and casually placed a piece. Yang Kai rolled his eyes at him, and dropped the piece in his hand onto the board, saying, Senior, why do you ask? Void Land in its entirety was carried by Bai Shi on his back. Thus, if he so desired, nothing in Void Land could escape his perception. Yang Kai had gone to Zhu Jiuyin's place, and had almost made a big scene just a few moments earlier. Thus, he did not believe that the old turtle had not noticed. Bai Shi laughed. You didn't come to this old master to vent the anger you feel towards that little spider, right? While saying that, he raised his hand to wipe the drool off the corner of Xiao Hei's mouth, before stroking his head with a doting expression. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile. This junior naturally dares not to, but the future is looking very dim. That is why I came to Senior this time, to ask for advice. Bai Shi slowly tidied up the pieces and gently said, This is an unsolvable game. This old master can't do anything about it, unless you learn from this old master. Saying so, he shrank his neck and made a very vivid action, and became a shrinking turtle. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior knows that is impossible. Then you'll have to go and die. Xiao Hong looked towards Yang Kai nervously, tears welling up in her eyes. Is there really no advice Senior can give me? Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. Bai Shi sighed. This old master really cannot help much with this. This old master can still be of some use if something happens in your void territory. But this time, you have to travel far away. You know the size of this old master. I would never be able to pass through the territory gate, unless I transform and shrink. But if I do that, your void land will definitely be torn apart. Do you want to give up on Void Land? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Void Land had hundreds of thousands of disciples living in it. If he really gave up on it, where would they go? But there would be no way to get through the territory gate to other great territories, if Bai Shi didn't shrink himself first. So from the beginning, Yang Kai didn't really expect Bai Shi to follow him with his real body. Senior, what about your embodiment? Yang Kai stared at him, not moving for a moment. Baishi replied. This old master's embodiment is able to borrow power only when it is in the vicinity of my true body. It cannot exert much strength when it is too far away. Outside this territory, it will at best be on par with the sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Do you actually lack sixth-order Open Heaven Realm subordinates? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, when Baishi's embodiment had appeared, it easily blocked a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike. Thus, Yang Kai thought that the old man's embodiment was also extremely powerful. Now he realized that the old man's embodiment was only able to do that by borrowing the power of his real body. If Baishi's embodiment was really only equivalent to a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, its presence wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Zhu Jiuyin had rejected him with no trace of politeness, and now, he could not even count on Baishi. Yang Kai felt his future looked completely bleak. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Does Senior know anything about the Shattered Heaven?" Baishi said, "I know a little bit about it. The Shattered Heaven formed a long time ago, even before this old master was born. Apparently, the birth of an innate supreme treasure triggered a bloody struggle amongst all the major cave heavens and paradises. It almost swept up the entire outer universe. That battle was fought for over 100 years. I don't even know how many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell in that accursed place. Several great territories were broken to pieces, and the Shattered Heaven was formed from their remnants. The cave heavens and paradises that took part severely damaged their foundations. Even after recuperating for countless years after that battle ended, they still haven't been able to recover completely. How could the current heritage of the cave heaven paradises even be compared to their former glory?" Yang Kai was startled. The Shattered Heaven was a result of a blood feud between the major cave heavens and paradises? Indeed. Baishi nodded. Apart from a battle between the cave heaven paradises, what else could lead to the death of so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in this world? It was enough to fill the Shattered Heaven with so many opportunities and dangers. This old master once traveled the Shattered Heaven when he was young, but I did not go too deep. So the only advice this old master can give you about the Shattered Heaven is to be careful. This junior will remember. Yang Kai nodded at the same time. He felt both guilty and touched. The proprietress also knew that it wouldn't be convenient for Yang Kai to go looking for a high-rank element treasure by himself. Thus, she took this matter into her own hands after they left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, even though she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, finding a high-rank element treasure would not be easy, with the Shattered Heaven as the only place she could think of. Although she knew it was dangerous, the proprietress still ventured into the Shattered Heaven boldly without any hesitation. Nothing would have happened to her if it wasn't for someone else's hidden scheme, but someone wanted to use her to lure Yang Kai away from Void Land. And that was what got her into this mess. Yang Kai also asked Baishi about what happened when he entered the Shattered Heaven, and Baishi told him everything he could. Unfortunately, he had only wandered around the outer edge, so Yang Kai did not really get much information. After half a day passed, Yang Kai got up to say goodbye. Xiao Hong also stood up and said, "Young master, I will come with you." Over the past few years, she had learnt to stop stuttering while speaking. Xiao He sucked in his saliva and puffed out his chest. "I'm coming too." When Baishi heard them, he glared at them. "What are you two even capable of doing in a place like that right now? Be good and stay here with this old master." Xiao Hong replied, "Xiao He and I were brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by young master. We are only able to assume human form right now thanks to him, giving us so many dragon blood pills. If it were not for young master, Xiao He and I would still be living in that dark cage, trapped and ignorant of the world. Now that young master is in trouble, how can we ignore him? Since you can't go, Grandpa Turtle, Xiao He and I will go." "Nonsense," Baishi rebuked. He had been alone for countless years, but luckily now, he had two little babies who possessed dragon bloodlines like him to accompany him. He was happier and more comfortable than he had been in millennia. So how could he sit back and watch them walk into danger? Yang Kai rubbed Xiao Hong's head. I understand how you feel, but don't come to the shattered heaven with me. I survived the grand ancient ruins boundary, so what's the shattered heaven to me? You stay here at home. This young master will be right back. Xiao Hong stubbornly replied, No, no, no. I'm coming. If young master doesn't take us, Xiao He and I will just secretly follow you by ourselves. We will live and die together with young master. Xiao He nodded vigorously. Yes, we will live and die together. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and looked at Bai Shi for help. Bai Shi's face turned black with anger. It took a while before he grit his teeth and spoke up. Little girl, you should just say it. If you want this old master to help, just say it openly. Why do you have to beat around the bush like that? Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Shi opened his mouth and spat out something, and handed it to Yang Kai with some reluctance. Take it. It may save your life at a critical moment. Yang Kai reached out and took it, while curiously asking, What is this? Bai Shi chuckled and said, This was something this old master molted in my early years. It has been refined by this old master. All you need to do to activate it is pour your strength into it. Yang Kai looked carefully and found that the object in his hand was a tortoise shell that was the size of a palm, and immediately lit up with joy while thanking. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai had witnessed how strong Bai Shi's defense was with his own eyes. Now that he had this tortoise shell refined by Bai Shi himself, Yang Kai had some capital to protect his life during this trip. He was only in the half-step open heaven realm, and although he could compete with a low-rank open heaven realm master, if he used all his cards, if he encountered a high-rank open heaven realm master, he still did not have enough power to fight back. He did not need to fight and win in the shattered heaven this time. All he needed to do was protect himself. Right now, what Bai Shi gave him was akin to charcoal delivered in the frigid winter. Xiao Hong stepped forward and started shaking Bai Shi's arm with a smile. I knew Grandpa Turtle was the best. Bai Shi said with a dark face. Don't play these kinds of tricks. I shouldn't have let you see that thing last time. Little girls are really ungrateful wolves that can't be raised well. They always side with outsiders instead of their own family. Xiao Hong placed her head on Bai Shi's arm and said coquettishly, Grandpa Turtle, don't be angry. When Xiao Hong grows up and becomes stronger, she will be filial to you. At those words, Bai Shi smiled with great joy and comfort. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, Senior, this junior still has things to do, so I shall leave first. After saying that, he turned around to leave. Kid, Bai Shi suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. What's the matter, senior? If your life is truly in danger, Bai Shi looked solemn, and took a long time before continuing. You might as well reveal your dragon heritage. If you do so, you may force your enemy to act cautiously, lest they incur dangerous consequences. But only expose it as a last resort. Even though the dragon clan is strong, it also has a lot of enemies, and exposing it will likely backfire as well. Yang Kai nodded to show that he understood. This junior will remember. Yang Kai vaguely felt that Bai Shi's statement seemed to be somewhat familiar. Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when he saved Mia Meng, she had said something similar to him. Bai Shi also had the same advice. So, it seems that the Dragon Clan may have truly made quite a few enemies in the 3,000 worlds. But still, Yang Kai had gained something that was personally shed and refined by Bai Shi, which was at least something. When he returned to the place old Bai was currently recuperating in, Yuhi spoke. Young master, I have thought about it for a while, and I think you shouldn't go to the shattered heaven. After Bai Chi recovers, I will go with him to save big sister Lan. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. If I don't show up, proprietress will never be able to escape from danger. This is a scheme purposefully aimed at me, and only I can resolve it. On the contrary, you shouldn't go. Proprietress is stronger than you, but the person behind this still managed to subdue her. It's easy to tell that your going won't help. Yuhi shook her head and replied, just like how young master has a reason to go, I also have a reason to go. Big sister Lan treats me like her true sister, and nurtured me from a young age. I've resented her for many years because of something in the past, but now, when she is in trouble, How can I stand by and do nothing? Young master, you are not yet in the open heaven realm, yet you are risking your life going there for her. So how can I sit by and watch? Besides, the shattered heaven is full of dangers, so you must be accompanied by someone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4359, Interception. No matter what he said, Yang Kai could not persuade so he could only give up and let out a sigh. Fine. This trip is dangerous, so it'll be just you, me and old Bai. He said. What about Mo Mei? Voidland needs someone to assume command, so Mo Mei can't leave. No one else needs to know. I will write a letter to her explaining the situation. This trip to the shattered heaven was not a problem that could be solved with numbers. Since the mastermind behind this wanted to lure him out of Voidland, they must be fully prepared. Voidland's current strength was most likely not worthy enough to be placed in front of their eyes. What's more, if they sent too many people, they would easily expose themselves. Thus, it would be easier for Yang Kai and the others to hide their movements if they embarked on this trip with only 3 people. Subconsciously, Yang Kai was not optimistic about the prospects of this trip. If he really did take all the major pillars of Voidland with him, and something went wrong, Voidland would be finished. The hundreds of thousands of disciples would become homeless and displaced. On the contrary, if Mo Mei and the others stayed behind, even if something happened to him, with Voidland's current scale, and the almost perfectly prospering Star City, Voidland would still have the power to continue to exist and develop. Yuhi pondered for a moment before gently nodding her head. Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing and gave her a few confidential instructions. A few days later, the Star-Gathering Universe pill was finally refined. Mo Mei delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills recipe, and the 10 portions of the World Source Liquid Yang Kai prepared to the alchemist in question, exchanging the Star-Gathering Universe pill with them. Afterwards, she returned to Voidland. Yuhi stood guard while Old Bai swallowed and refined the Star-Gathering Universe pill. It took a whole day for his small universe, that had been endlessly shaking, to finally settle down. There was no longer any more risk of collapse, he just needed to slowly recuperate. With everything ready, Yang Kai set off, fearing that a long delay would only cause more problems. At the void dock, a large, rough-looking man strode forward while leading a group of people. The disciple who was guarding the dock came forward and bowed while cupping his fist. Sir Wei, are you on your way out? Although the person who had arrived was only a third-order open heaven realm master, the disciples guarding the dock recognized him, because he was Wei Kei, from Great Moon Province, and they had been instructed by their superiors to take special care of him. It seemed that the sect master had some connections with Great Moon Province. Wei Kei chuckled. Business is good these days, so I'm going back to the sect to pick up some supplies and deliver some profits. I'll have to bother you, fellow brothers. Sir Wei is too polite. The disciple nodded lightly and led a few other disciples to perform a casual inspection before waving them through. After leaving the dock, Wei Kei immediately summoned a boat and took several disciples from Great Moon Province aboard, speeding off into the distance. It was only half a day later that Wei Kei, who was in the cabin compartment, reached out and took a bag from his waist, whispering after patting it gently, "Sect Master Yang, we've already traveled for half a day." Once he was done, the mouth of the bag suddenly opened, and 3 figures appeared in front of him. The 3 figures were none other than Yang Kai, Yuhi and Old Bai. Old Bai, who was still seriously injured, coughed. Yang Kai put the Fated Paths bag away and cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Senior Wei." Wei Kei waved his hand. "Sect Master Yang is too polite. Voidland has been very kind to my Great Moon Province. What this Wei has done is nothing in comparison. It is hardly enough to return even one of the favors we owe." After a short pause, Wei Kei continued. "This Wei is a simple man. Although I don't know why Sect Master Yang is doing this, it is obvious he is going to do something big. If there is something that Great Moon Province can do, please feel free to ask." When Yang Kai suddenly approached Wei Kei and asked him to bring him out of Voidland quietly, The latter realized that the matter at hand was not simple. Void Land was Yang Kai's territory. If now, as Void Land's sect master, he needed to conceal his whereabouts when he entered and left, it would mean he suspected that there were people both inside and outside of Void Land that were watching him, which made it necessary for him to act so secretively. How powerful was the enemy he was facing for him to still be so cautious, even with Void Land's current strength? Great Moon Province was only a third-class great force, and could not afford to get involved in such muddy waters. But Wei Kei was a man who believed deeply in repaying favors and grudges. He was willing to help even though he knew it would be extremely dangerous. Yang Kai said, "This junior appreciates Senior Wei's kind intentions, but others can't help me this time. Many thanks." Wei Kei sighed. In that case, Sect Master Yang must be careful not to let these wicked people's schemes succeed. He knew that this was Yang Kai's personal matter. Also, he wouldn't be able to help with his meager strength, so he didn't try to force the issue. Bidding farewell to Wei Kei, Yuhi summoned a small wooden shuttle, and the trio headed straight towards the nearest territory gate. 2 days later, the territory gate came into sight. There were territory gates between all great territories, and when crossing one, a cultivator would be exposed to a strong pressure. If one tried to cross a territory gate with their physical body, without having a cultivation of at least the mid-rank open heaven realm, they would face grave danger to their lives. If a cultivator under the mid-rank open heaven realm wanted to cross a territory gate, they had to use some type of flight-type artifact. Although Yuhi's wooden shuttle was not a high-grade artifact, it wasn't a low-quality item either. She also had a cultivation of the 6th order open heaven realm, so it would not be a problem for them to pass through the territory gate. In a matter of breaths, the swirling territory gate was right in front of them, and the wooden shuttle rushed straight in. Even before the slight feeling of dizziness could pass, the three of them were already in another great territory. Before Yang Kai had the time to check the situation around them, he heard Yuhi cry out, "Young master, look out!" The next moment, a great sense of crisis overwhelmed them. Violent world force burst out. The wooden shuttle burst into pieces, sending Old Bai flying with a trail of blood behind him. Fresh damage was added to his already seriously injured body. Yang Kai also felt uncomfortable, but he was well protected by Yuhi and did not suffer any kind of serious injury. Yuhi, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of her lips, and had obviously been wounded. Yang Kai's face was instantly filled with rage. He could guess that his void land had to be littered with the prying eyes of outsiders. So he hid in the Fated Paths bag, and asked Wei Kei to take him, Yuhi, and Old Bai out quietly. He did think that the road ahead would be thorny, but he never anticipated being intercepted as soon as they left void territory. The person who attacked was extremely decisive, and had obviously determined that they would emerge from this territory gate. Thus, the enemy did not hesitate to bombard them with their divine ability. Yuhi and Old Bai were caught unprepared, plus they had just passed through the territory gate, and were still a little disoriented, leading to them suffering a big loss. Looking up, Yang Kai saw two people, an old man and a young man, standing in the void. The old man had a crane-like face, and looked hearty, full of energy. Cold light flashed through the slits of his long and narrow eyes, as he squinted them. The young man looked like he was only a teenager, but the aura he was emitting showed that it was absolutely impossible for him to be a mere youth. Both the old man and the teenager were in the 6th order open heaven realm. One of them was holding a wooden branch with lightning flashing out of it, while the other was carrying a copper rod, which looked rather out of place. The young man with the copper rod smiled at the three of them, and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, before asking warmly, "Voidlands Yang Kai?" Yang Kai shouted angrily, "It is this king. Who are you? Announce your names." The young man smiled. "You're young, but your tone is filled with arrogance. On the other hand, although your strength is low, you have managed to stir up the entire 3,000 worlds, so you are qualified to know the name of this monarch." After saying so, he cupped his fist while holding the copper rod in a backhand grip, and declared, "Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, Shun Liang." The old man, while holding the wooden branch behind his back and putting one hand on his chest, said indifferently, Vice Union Master, Jiang Yin Shan. Heavenly Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow and said coldly, Heavenly Sword Union has lost their Union Master not long ago. But 2 more have now popped up? Haven't you people had enough yet? Shen Liang chuckled. You mean Kong Feng? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. This monarch must thank you for killing that old dog. Otherwise, how would this Shen have been able to become the current Union Master? Though while I am thankful to you, I still have to take revenge. No matter what, Kong Feng was the previous Union Master, and he was killed at your hands. Since I am the new Union Master, I can't just ignore this slight. Therefore, I am here today to take your head. I advise you to not resist, otherwise, it will be very unpleasant. Yang Kai grunted. Since I can kill a Kong Feng, I can naturally kill you. If you want to die, just try it. While speaking, he urgently sent a voice transmission to Yu He. Try to hold them back for a while. We can't win this fight, so we need to find a way to escape. 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had come at once, and only Yu He could contend with them. Old Bai was definitely no match for them, not to mention himself. It was a fight they would definitely lose. The only way for them to have any chance of survival was to use Yang Kai's space secret techniques to escape. Yu He understood and gave a nod. Shen Liang laughed lightly. You are truly a brat who doesn't fear the heavens. No wonder you dare to act like that. Come, come, come. Let this monarch dig your heart out to see how big it really is. Saying so, the copper rod in his hand smashed down. Even though it was just the slash of a rod, it felt as if the whole world was crashing down. The terrifying world force tumbled down, making both the heavens and the earth shake. At the same time, Jiang Yin Shan also struck with the wooden branch in his hand, which caused lightning to appear and turn into thousands of thunder swords, each thunder sword containing an abundant amount of world force. Old Bai roared with strong spirit. The power of the 5th-order Open Heaven realm poured out, transforming into a sky of fist shadows which clashed with the thunder swords. Yu He summoned a vase with several flower branches in it, each branch with a flower bud on it. She took out a flower branch and shook it. In an instant, flowers filled the sky, gently flying all over the place. Each flower petal was like the world's sharpest blade, able to cut even space. The main reason why there was a huge gap between the strength of a newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master and an old Open Heaven Realm Master was the difference in accumulation in their small universes. There was also a huge difference in the quality of the artifacts that they possessed. Even if the artifacts one possessed before they advanced to the Open Heaven Realm were exceptional, they would not be useful after they broke through. The chasm between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too great. Thus, one had to find someone to refine new artifacts, or buy new ones that were suitable for their new Open Heaven Realm cultivation. Artifacts of the Open Heaven Realm were graded on the same scale as the Open Heaven Realm itself. Yang Kai was something of an exception, as even though he had not advanced to the Open Heaven Realm yet, he had a powerful weapon like the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands. Thus, he need not pay much attention to this. However, after the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Yang Kai began paying closer attention to Open Heaven Realm artifacts. This couldn't be helped. There were too many new Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and their base strength couldn't be raised in a short period of time. After all, it took time to strengthen one's foundation. Thus, if he wanted to immediately raise their combat power, he had to use external means like artifacts. Martial Peak, Chapter 4360 Prophetic Words. When the 100 Sects Alliance attacked, Mome was pitted against Luan by Feng, and ended up being completely outclassed. Of course, the biggest reason was because she had just broken through and her foundation was still unstable. But there was another matter as well, which was that she lacked suitable artifacts to assist her. Thus, she ended up having to use her bare hands to fight. If she had an artifact that suited her current cultivation at that time, the situation would have been much better. As such, after the Star City was rebuilt and developed, Yang Kai asked Bian Yuqing to allocate a large amount of money to purchase artifacts for Void Land's Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, with the many spoils obtained after the battle, many of Void Land's new Open Heaven Realm Masters could now exert much greater power than they were able to at that time. The vase in Yuhi's hands was worth 40 million Open Heaven pills. It was an artifact meant for those in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. The artifacts used by Open Heaven Realm Masters were all capable of channeling and augmenting world force, which were incomparable to the artifacts used by cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Flower petals flew amidst the sky that was filled with flowers in the void, which made Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan lose all sense of direction. How could they find Yang Kai and the others, when the only thing they could sense around them were colorful flower petals and chilling murderous intent? It was almost as if they were trapped in a sealed world. Hurriedly, both of them used secret techniques to try and break out of the trap, which caused shockwaves and endless rumbles to sound. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted without hesitation when he saw that the two of them were trapped, immediately wrapping Yuhi and Old Bai in his space principles to escape. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The space around them seemed to have turned into a cage, locking them in place, making it impossible to flee. "We're trapped." Yang Kai's face was gloomy. This feeling seemed familiar. Instantly, a person's figure popped up in his mind, which caused him to grit his teeth and shout, "Luan Baifeng!" When the 100 Sects alliances invaded Void Land, Luan Baifeng had been there to help Kong Feng. This woman was extremely proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. If there was anyone that could seal a local region of space so quickly and quietly, it was her. When Kong Feng was captured, that woman resolutely fled. Yang Kai thought she had gone back to Black Prison, but unexpectedly she was here. In other words, this time, they were not facing off against 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters but 3. He. Luan Baifeng's figure suddenly appeared, along with a charming laugh. She spoke while playfully looking at Yang Kai. "Little boy, you have a good head on your shoulders. You could even guess that this queen was also here. Then guess again, will you be able to leave alive this time?" Yang Kai glared at her. "Luan Baifeng, my Void Land and your Black Prison have no grudges or enmity. Why do you keep coming to provoke trouble again and again?" Yang Kai felt hatred surging within him. If it wasn't for this woman, he could have taken Yuhi and Old Bai away with his instantaneous movement. But this woman had sealed off that possibility, making him unable to escape with his space principles. Luan Baifeng flicked her jade-like finger and said with a smile, "We really do have no grievances, but this queen is short of our slaves, and is very interested in your Open Heaven Realm Masters. How about this? Give me all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in your Void Land, then I will spare your life. How about it?" "In your dreams," Yang Kai ground his teeth and roared. "If I don't die today, I swear to crush your Black Prison one day." Luan Baifeng put her hands on her chest and delicately said, "I'm afraid of men with such big tempers." Hong. When the boundless rain of flower petals broke apart, two figures appeared. It was Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan, who were trapped by Yuhi before. Glancing at Luan Baifeng, Shen Liang snorted coldly and asked, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kill them first." Luan Baifeng said smilingly, "This queen is a gentle woman. Although I am capable of bullying the weak, it is not something I am willing to do. Helping you trap them is the limit of what this queen will do this time. If you want to kill them, do it yourself. I'll just watch from the sidelines." Saying so, she actually took a few steps back. Shen Liang snorted coldly without worry and ordered, "You take care of Yuhi. This monarch will kill that brat." Jiang Yunshan replied, "Good." A thunderous beam of lightning headed towards Yuhi with a single swing of the branch in his hand. Right when he did so, Yang Kai shouted, "Zhu Jiuyin, until when do you plan to wait?" As soon as Yang Kai said so, Shen Liang and the others' faces changed dramatically. Shen Liang, who was about to rush towards Yuhi, immediately assumed a defensive stance, his eyes darting around as he pushed his divine sense wildly. Luan Baifeng also froze while Jiang Yunshan directly summoned a defensive artifact to protect himself. Before the 100 sex alliances fought against Void Land, no one took Void Land seriously, and no one even considered the possibility that there could be two mature divine spirits hidden in this puny second-class force. After that battle though, Zhu Jiuyin's origins were made clear. Yang Kai left Void Land this time seemingly followed by only Yu He and Bai Qi. However, who knew whether he had any hidden backup like Zhu Jiuyin or Bai Shi? The reason why Luan Baifeng did not attack just now was because she was afraid that Zhu Jiuyin was hiding nearby. Thus, as soon as they heard Yang Kai shout the name Zhu Jiuyin, the three of them acted as though they were facing a terrifying enemy. Taking this opportunity, Yu He and Old Bai, who had been secretly instructed by Yang Kai, struck out in unison, targeting a certain spot in the void. After the raging world force exploded 3 times, the imprisoned space suddenly loosened. Although Luan Baifeng had set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array here, it was not very solid as she had to act quickly. Thus, Yu He and Old Bai could easily break through it by force. Luan Baifeng's pretty face turned red as she shouted, "It's a trick, stop them!" Yang Kai turned his head around and sneered at her as he manipulated space principles once again. As long as he could escape from here, he was confident he would be able to get rid of Luan Baifeng and the others. When he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he was able to escape from the proprietress. Now that his strength was far greater, it would not be difficult for him to use his space beacons and space principles to escape from Luan Baifeng and the others. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became odd as he looked behind Luan Baifeng in a daze. The next moment, his eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Old Bai said anxiously, "Go, what are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his tense expression suddenly becoming completely relaxed. Luan Baifeng, however, shivered violently, because at that moment, a cold aura appeared behind her. It was as if a poisonous snake had climbed up to the back of her neck and gently hissed into her ear. "Your name is Luan Baifeng?" A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Luan Baifeng's body jolted, and the full might of her 6th-order open heaven realm cultivation burst out along with a roar. She struck behind her with the back of her palm, which, though hurried, still contained all her strength. Whipping her head around at the same time, she saw the face of the person standing behind her. Charming and enchanting, the person's heavenly beauty could topple kingdoms. Even though Luan Baifeng was a woman herself, she could not help but be moved when she saw her. Divine Spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Zhu Jiuyin. This turned out to be a trick disguised as another trick. When she saw Yang Kai rushing to escape, she thought that the boy was just trying to distract her. However, who knew that Zhu Jiuyin was really nearby, and at some point had snuck up behind her. Facing Luan Baifeng's attack, Zhu Jiuyin just gently slapped away her palm. This casual slap held the power of a mature divine spirit though, and the sound of bones cracking rang out as Luan Baifeng was sent flying like a paper kite without a string. Fresh blood sprayed from her lips as she tumbled uncontrollably. A 6th-order open heaven master was as weak as a 3-year-old child in front of Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not pause. Her whole body seemed to not move at all, yet somehow still managed to catch up to Luan Baifeng. With a flip of her hair, each strand turned into a poisonous snake. There, a group of thousands of snakes opened their mouths, hissing endlessly as they bit Luan Baifeng. Zheng zheng. Ethereal music sounded at that moment, as if someone was plucking a zither in the void. Yang Kai did not know when, but a woman with a breathtakingly beautiful face had appeared. Her white arms and calves were exposed with a pinkish tinge dyeing them. She sat cross-legged in the void, a zither before her, and a sweet smile on her face. With a single move of her delicate hand, sound waves that were visible to the naked eye turned into sharp knives, heading towards Jiang Yunshan. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and exclaimed with widened eyes, "Senior Sister Chu." In truth, he really did just shout Zhu Jiuyin's name, to distract Luan Baifeng, and the others to take advantage of their lapse in attention, and create an opportunity to escape. Who knew that his words would be prophetic and Zhu Jiuyin would really appear? His cultivation had not yet reached such a state where his words would become law, whereby the world would follow it. Thus, Zhu Jiuyin had only shown up because she had been secretly following him to protect him. His attempt in deception not only fooled Wan Baifeng and the others, but also Zhu Jiuyin herself. When Yang Kai went to Zhu Jiuyin and asked for her help, she had firmly refused. He thought that she would really not assist him this time, so it was a pleasant surprise to learn she had actually followed him in secret. This warmed Yang Kai's heart. No matter what the reason may be, Zhu Jiuyin did follow him in the end. Not only did Zhu Jiuyin follow him, but Chu Huashang had also tagged along. Yinyang Cave Heaven had opened a Dao temple in Void Star City to attract young talents from all over the world to discuss the Dao. This Dao temple was the reason Chu Huashang had been present in Void Star City for the past few years. She had even visited Void Land numerous times. It was just that this time, Yang Kai had not informed her about this incident, and he did not know why she had come here with Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin was now equivalent to a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. With the two of them joining the battle, the roles of hunter and prey had instantly been flipped. The melody of the zither was soul-stirring, forcing Jiang Yunshan to retreat again and again. Jiang Yunshan was definitely stronger than Chu Huashang in terms of raw strength. After all, it had not been long since Chu Huashang had advanced to the open heaven realm. Thus, even with the artifacts given to her by her sect, it would be difficult for her to make up for the gap brought by the difference in their foundation. However, when Zhu Jiuyin appeared, Jiang Yunshan was also momentarily distracted and had to divert part of his attention to monitor her. Thus, for a while, he was caught off guard and greatly affected by Chu Huashang's sound attack. Meanwhile, there was another enemy remaining, Shen Liang, who was still watching. Yuhi decisively held a flower and swept it towards Shen Liang. The flower petals filling the void trapped him again. Violent sounds came out of the storm of petals, but Shen Liang was unable to escape in short order. Martial Peak, Chapter 4361, A Smooth Journey. The situation had been decided. If Heavenly Sword Union did not have backup, Shen Liang and the others would not be able to turn the tide. However, Heavenly Sword Union was only a second-class great force. After Kong Feng's death, sending 2 more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to set up an ambush here was already their limit. Even if they still had another master of such caliber, it was impossible for them to be here, since they still needed someone to assume command of their headquarters. Only if this ambush was part of a greater plot, where a stronger mastermind was waiting behind the scenes, could the situation be reversed, but that was unlikely. Since the mastermind was using the proprietress to lure Yang Kai to the Shattered Heaven, they must be planning to strike there. Shen Liang and others were probably just the vanguard, sent to test Yang Kai's depths. In fact, Shen Liang and others had already accomplished their mission, since at least Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang had been exposed. This news could naturally not be concealed from those plotting behind the scenes, giving them time to prepare. With so many unknowns though, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. He continued to surge his space principles in case he needed to escape. In front of Zhu Jiuyin, Wan Baifeng was simply unable to fight back. In a matter of just 2 or 3 moves, she was severely wounded and was coughing up blood. Wan Baifeng was also a very decisive woman. Knowing that she was definitely not Zhu Jiuyin's opponent, and that a prolonged battle would lead to her death, she used a divine ability that Yang Kai had never seen before, and turned into a red beam of light, traveling thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Zhu Jiuyin didn't pursue her as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was determined to flee was not so easy to kill. Not to mention, Zhu Jiuyin was also worried about possible ambushes lying in wait for her. Seeing that she couldn't kill Wan Baifeng in short order, she simply gave up and turned her gaze towards Shen Liang. Shen Liang felt so depressed that he almost spat out blood. Yuhi alone was enough to constrain him, so with Zhu Jiuyin joining in, how could he be their match? Even though he went all out to resist, he was surrounded by danger, and was repeatedly walking along the edge of death. On the other hand, Jiang Yunshan, who was tied down by Chu Huashang, saw Wan Baifeng's escape and Shen Liang's desperate situation, and decisively attacked Chu Huashang with all his strength. Creating an opening, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. He knew that Shen Liang, who was targeted by an existence like Zhu Jiuyin, was finished, and if he didn't leave, when Zhu Jiuyin was done dealing with Shen Liang, he would be next. Two of the 3 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fled immediately after Zhu Jiuyin and Chu Huashang showed up. Shen Liang also wanted to flee, but how could he manage to escape? Seeing his own Vice-Union Master running faster than a rabbit from the corner of his eyes, he felt a mixture of grief and anger as his face turned ashen. Teetering on the brink of death, Shen Liang cried out, "Spare my life, and from now on Heavenly Sword Union will follow only Void Land." Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand latched onto the top of his head at that moment, and a violent and unstable power emanated from within her palm. Turning her head to look towards Yang Kai, she silently asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Shen Liang understood that his survival depended entirely on Yang Kai's thoughts. So how could he still care about their gap in cultivation and status? He hastily pleaded, "This Shen is willing to swear an oath on his martial heart. Please show mercy, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai was not moved and uttered only one word, "Kill." Shen Liang's eyes widened as Zhu Jiuyin's jade-like white hand clenched, and with a fierce twist, she directly wrenched his head off. The now headless body twitched a few times before it stopped moving. If he really wanted to subdue Shen Liang, Yang Kai could use the loyalty list. After all, right now, the loyalty list only had 3 names on it, and there were still 6 pages left. Shen Liang was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Thus, he could not resist the power of the loyalty list. The only thing Yang Kai had to do was make him leave his name and imprint on it, and Yang Kai would be able to control his life and death. Chen Tianfei, He He, and Yun Xinghua were all in this situation. Perhaps Shen Liang really could be used to influence Heavenly Sword Union. However, Heavenly Sword Union had already attacked Yang Kai twice, so how could he let them off so easily? He had long been determined in his heart to someday eradicate Heavenly Sword Union from the 3,000 worlds. Naturally, when he was strong enough. Shen Liang, the new Union Master, only held his position for 2 or 3 years before he was killed by Void Land. Including Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union had already lost 2 Union Masters at Void Land's hands. There was absolutely no way to resolve such a deep grudge. However, since Heavenly Sword Union was willing to be a blade in the hands of others, they should be prepared to be broken. And many thanks to Senior for rushing to my aid. Yang Kai hurriedly thanked Zhu Jiuyin, while cupping his fist in gratitude. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. If it wasn't for Luo'er's incessant begging, do you think this queen would have come? This queen is only here for Luo'er's sake, so don't flatter yourself. Yes, it's Luo'er's good fortune that she is so valued by Senior. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly while smiling secretly in his heart. Shanqing Luo was currently in secluded retreat under Zhu Jiuyin's tutelage, so she knew nothing about outside events. How would she have gotten to know about Yang Kai's trip? Zhu Jiuyin's statement was clearly just a pretense. Yang Kai guessed that she was afraid Shanqing Luo would blame her if he fell prey to any accidents during this trip of his, which was why she secretly followed him here. Yang Kai did not reveal any such thoughts that flickered across his mind. But brat, don't forget about the conditions you promised before. This queen will help you this time, whether you live or die. Once this is over, you will consider this queen's oath fulfilled. This queen will regain her freedom either way. Naturally, Yang Kai nodded sternly. Although this junior is young, he always means what he says. After this trip, Senior will no longer be bound by anything. Zhu Jiuyin's expression cleared up a little. Seems you still have some sense. Yang Kai turned to Chu Huashang next and asked with a sigh, "Senior Sister Chu, why did you come here too?" Chu Huashang withdrew her zither and said with a smile, "Naturally, I had to come because you were in trouble. Junior brother Yang, You're really something. Why didn't you call me when you were short of hands? If Senior Zhu hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have even known that you had left Void Land. Yang Kai realized that Chu Huashang was called by Zhu Jiuyin, and hesitantly said, with senior sister's status. Chu Huashang smiled and said, I am only acting in my personal capacity on this trip. My actions have nothing to do with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. While that sounded well and good, in the end, she was still a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. After this trip, she would definitely be reprimanded by her sect. Perhaps it was precisely because of her identity that Zhu Jiuyin specifically invited her, because it would be more convenient to act if she took advantage of Chu Huashang's identity. Yang Kai let out a slight sigh. Forget it. No matter what happens next, you have my sincere thanks, senior sister. Chu Huashang pursed her lips and smiled. Junior brother, you could pledge yourself to me if you're so moved. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted from the side. Stop flirting. You were ambushed right after you exited Void territory, and there are undoubtedly many more dangers lying ahead. If you have enough time to profess your undying love, you may as well use it to think about how to overcome those dangers and defeat your enemies. Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, since Senior has shown up, there should be no more difficulties along the way, unless they want to fight Senior to the death. Those people have already used Proprietress to lure me out of Void Land, so they will definitely try to finish me off in the Shattered Heaven. Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment and said, according to your speculations, we should be safe until we reach the Shattered Heaven. I believe so, but I can't be sure. In any case, it's better that we act carefully. Saying that is the same as saying nothing. Zhu Jiuyin gave him a blank look. Yang Kai scratched his nose and said, no matter what, we should continue forward first. Right now we can only take one step at a time. Yuhi's wooden shuttle had been broken in the battle. Thus, Chu Huashang summoned her flight-type artifact. The small group entered the artifact, after which it zoomed ahead, following the universe chart's guidance. Even as they passed through one great territory after another, there were no further ambushes, just like Yang Kai expected. Luan Baifeng and Jiang Yunshan had escaped from the previous battle, so the news that Zhu Jiuyin was accompanying Yang Kai must have reached the ears of the people behind the scenes. Zhu Jiuyin's strength was close to that of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so they would need more than 2 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters to join hands to deal with her. As Yang Kai had said, unless they wanted to fight against Zhu Jiuyin to death, they wouldn't attack them easily. However, all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had cultivated for many years, so which one of them didn't cherish his or her own life? Who would want to fight with a divine spirit for nothing? However, Yang Kai was clearly able to notice that someone was following and monitoring them, which was to be expected. Thus, he did not pay attention to it. Now that his whereabouts had already been exposed, he simply prioritized reaching the Shattered Heaven, since no matter what, he would be exposed sooner or later, when he arrived there anyway. After nearly 2 months since he had left Void Land, Yang Kai finally arrived at the Shattered Heaven, after passing through the last territory gate. Yang Kai said hesitantly while looking straight ahead, is this the Shattered Heaven? As far as he could see, there was a vast region of shattered spirit provinces that were filled with many shops and people. Cultivators were coming and going in droves from this place. Yang Kai originally thought that since the Shattered Heaven was filled with dangers, there wouldn't be too many people present, even including those who came to explore. But contrary to his expectations, this place seemed very lively. While not as well organized or laid out as Void Star City, the level of activity in this patchwork-like area was no less. After 2 months of recuperation, Old Bai had somewhat recovered. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he smiled and said, this is the Shattered Heaven, but we're still only in the outermost periphery. This place has been explored by countless people, so there will be no danger here. What's that about? Yang Kai pointed to the Shattered Spirit Province. Where there are people, there will naturally be trade. This is essentially the Shattered Heaven's Star City, an ungoverned place that is more chaotic than any other in the 3,000 worlds. People who come in and out of the shattered heaven need a place to rest and recuperate. And the people who come out of the shattered heaven's depths also need a place to sell the treasures they acquired. Which is why this star city came into being. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he commented, "It's quite lively." Old Bai replied, "It's naturally lively. There are many people killing others and stealing goods every day there." Understandable. Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go and have a look." Old Bai frowned and said, "We can always watch the liveliness later, but we don't know how Proprietress is doing right now. We should prioritize finding her." Yang Kai, however, patted his shoulder and shook his head. "Believe me, I'm just as concerned as you are about Proprietress' situation, but you don't even know how she and the others disappeared, or where she is trapped. So even if you go there, what would you do? Going to this star city first is not to watch the commotion, but to wait for those people to come to us." After hearing this, Old Bai hesitantly said, "You mean?" Yang Kai confirmed, "Those people lured me to come to Shattered Heaven. Now that I'm here, it's time for them to get down to business and do what they have planned to do. At the very least, we should be able to find out about the Proprietress's current location and situation." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4362, Eyes for Sale. After giving it a thought, Bai Qi realized that Yang Kai was right, so he nodded in agreement. Following that, they moved into the lawless Star City. Not only was this place chaotic, but the buildings were also built in a haphazard fashion. There were some people who had gotten into scuffles on the streets, and the stains of blood on the ground suggested that many lives were lost here. As Yang Kai silently scanned his surroundings, he was horrified to learn that the cultivators moving around this damned place were mostly Open Heaven Realm masters. There were rarely any cultivators like him who hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. After pondering on it for a moment though, he realized that Shattered Heaven was a truly dangerous place, so no weak cultivators were able to venture into this area. Being an Open Heaven Realm master was probably the minimum requirement. Furthermore, most Open Heaven Realm masters here looked destitute, which explained why they took a huge risk to look for opportunities in this dangerous place. Yang Kai was a half-step Open Heaven Realm master, who was followed by Zhu Jiuyin, Yu He and the other strong cultivators, so this group of people looked rather conspicuous in this city. The people who could make a living here were all cultivators with sharp vision, so they were able to easily tell that it was difficult to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the others. Therefore, even though many people had their eyes on them, no one dared to go anywhere near them. Whenever Yang Kai and the others went, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands that separated the onlookers. "Some people are secretly paying attention to us," Zhu Jiuyin said in a small voice all of a sudden. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That's expected. It'd be strange if no one is paying attention to us." Upon seeing a restaurant, Yang Kai led all of them inside. People from all walks of life had gathered together in the restaurant, and it was quite bustling, with shop hands running around with their backs soaked in sweat. The shopkeeper looked grumpy and had ugly facial features, but he was truly powerful, as he was a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm master. After getting a private room, Yang Kai's group ordered some signature dishes before sitting down and waiting. Soon, the dishes and bottles of wine were served. Even though they were delectable, no one started eating as Yang Kai just sat with his eyes closed waiting. Since he hadn't made a move, Yu He and the others would naturally stay still. On the other hand, Bai Qi kept squirming, as though he was sitting on pins and needles. It had been half a year since the proprietress got into trouble, but they hadn't found out her whereabouts until now, so he was expected to be apprehensive. Just 1 hour later, Zhu Jiuyin suddenly took a look at Yang Kai, who seemed to have noticed it as well and opened his eyes. Zhu Jiuyin said impassively, "He's here." Yang Kai gently let out a breath and replied, "Good." Even though he had comforted Bai Qi earlier, he wasn't confident that the mastermind would show up to see him here. His plan was that if no one showed up after a day, he could only ask Bai Qi to lead them to the place where the proprietress got into trouble, then they'd search for her slowly. Now it seemed that his speculation was right. Since he had come to shattered heaven as he was told, the mastermind was supposed to show up and reveal his intentions. Next, they heard a series of footsteps, as some people were coming upstairs in a calm manner. Before they even arrived, a disturbing aura started permeating the place. Yang Kai frowned and snorted. "They're from Myriad Demon's heaven." He was certain that the aura was demon chi as he was familiar with it. After the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, Yang Kai found out that Myriad Demon's heaven was the culprit behind the siege. Now, the mastermind behind the incident this time was also from that great force, so it seemed that the feud between them was bound to worsen. A moment later, the door was pushed open from the outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw two figures stepping into the private room. As expected, they were from Myriad Demon's heaven, as they were engulfed in black demon chi, which undulated and concealed their faces. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the person at the front was the same high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who had appeared in Void Land previously. At the moment, this man was followed by another Open Heaven Realm Master. But this person's aura suggested that he was only in the 5th order. Faced with such formidable enemies, He and the others immediately rose from the chairs and stood behind Yang Kai to protect him. On the other hand, Zhu Jiuyin remained seated in a dispassionate manner, as though she hadn't seen the people who came in. Even though the person at the front was covered in demon chi, Yang Kai could clearly sense that the other party was examining him with a pair of piercing eyes. An unafraid Yang Kai stared back at him, but the next instant, he felt the person's demon chi turning into a swirl and sucking his soul into it. It was totally beyond Yang Kai's control as he felt his eyes burning all of a sudden. The demon eye of annihilation on his left and the black purgatory eye on his right revealed themselves. At that moment, his golden eye was bright while his black eye was pitch black. Just then, Zhu Jiuyin gently flicked the wine glass in front of her. Following a clang, a ripple spread around in Yang Kai's mind like a glimmer of light that tore apart the darkness, extricating him from that strange state. Yang Kai hurriedly looked down and closed his eyes, which felt like they were burning. "I respect you as a guest, but if you dare to make a scene, don't blame this queen for becoming rude with you." Zhu Jiuyin gave him a warning impassively. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven put on a smile and cupped his fist. "Myriad Demon's Heaven, Tizheng, greets Senior Sister Zhu. The reason I did some probing just now was that I had some doubts, so I hope that you'll forgive me." Even though he was covered in eerie demon chi, he was rather polite when he spoke, unlike how haughty he was in Void Land previously. It seemed he wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of a divine spirit. After all, he had suffered a setback because of Zhu Jiuyin back then. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. Then, Tizheng turned to look at Yang Kai and nodded gently. "The last time we met, this monarch was curious about why you exuded an aura that was supposed to be exclusive to Myriad Demon's Heaven. Now it seems to be the case. Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. Haha. These two are very abstruse secret techniques from our great force that are never taught to outsiders. Even within Myriad Demon's Heaven, rarely anyone has successfully cultivated one of the two secret techniques, let alone mastered both. Where did you learn these secret techniques?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback, but he didn't let his emotions show on his face and simply replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." His two secret techniques came from great demon god Emo Sheng. When Emo Sheng's physical body was destroyed in the past, his eyes were cast into the void and wound up far, far away. As time passed, they gained their own sentience in life. One of them became the great demon god of Tongxian realm, while the other became a one-eyed giant monster. There came an opportunity for Yang Kai as he obtained the demon eye of annihilation first, followed by the black purgatory eye, which was how he mastered both secret techniques. The moment Yang Kai found out that there was a Myriad Demon's Heaven in the 3,000 worlds, he warned himself to be cautious if he came across anyone from that great force, so that his secrets wouldn't be exposed. Those from that great force might not be aware that Emo Sheng eventually lost his life in the star boundary. But if he showcased the 2-eye secret techniques from Great Demon God, it would catch the attention of those from that great force. In fact, Yang Kai had been cautious enough as he rarely used these eye secret techniques. He hadn't expected that Tizheng had already noticed them when he came to Void Land previously. Upon some probing this time, he easily found out Yang Kai's secrets. Both the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory were secret techniques that came from myriad demons' heaven. So the other party's understanding of the 2-eye secret techniques must be far greater than Yang Kai's. As such, he was unable to resist Tizheng's inspection. With a faint smile, Tizheng took a seat and said, "It's pointless for you to deny it, as the characteristics of these 2-eye secret techniques are too conspicuous. Even though this monarch has never cultivated them, there are a number of people in our great force who have mastered these secret techniques. That's why I can easily recognize them. However, there's something I don't understand. You're not a disciple from our great force, so how did you get to learn these techniques? Over the years, only a small number of the disciples from our great force have had the aptitude to learn these secret techniques. And they're also the most talented people in myriad demons' heaven." After he finished speaking, the demon chi around him dissipated and revealed his face. As he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's eyes, he licked his lips and said, "This monarch is interested in your eyes. Why don't you sell them to me? I'll offer a reasonable price." Yang Kai asked impassively, "I'm interested in your head as well. Are you going to sell it to me?" Tizheng grinned. "You're pretty bold. However, even though you have these secret techniques, you're unable to fully activate their powers without the core secret art. Furthermore, you're not a disciple from our great force. It'd be a waste if you hold on to these eyes of yours." "That's none of your business." Yang Kai shook his head. Tizheng examined him and also shook his head. "What a shame. This monarch is not going to force you since you're not willing to sell your eyes. In any case, I'll be fine with it if you join our great force." Yang Kai arched his brow. "Oh, are you trying to recruit me?" Tizheng replied seriously, "Yes, but it's because I don't want the 2-eye secret techniques from our great force to go to waste." A curious Yang Kai asked, "What are the benefits I will get if I join myriad demons' heaven?" Tizheng said, "You'll never have to worry about putting food on the table again, and all your trouble will be gone. This monarch can give you everything you want, as long as you make a heart demon oath and start working for me from now on." "Everything?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Does it include a high-ranking element treasure?" "If you want, this monarch can give it to you," Tizheng said with a smile. "That's attractive, but your conditions are too harsh. I'm not used to being subservient to anyone." There seemed to be a look of regret on Tizheng's face. "I wanted to lead you to a bright future, but you wouldn't appreciate my kindness. Despite the fact that you have 2 great eyes, you're no different from a blind man. How pitiful." Yang Kai snorted. "Enough nonsense. You told me to come to the Shattered Heaven, and I'm here now. Where's my proprietress?" Tizheng asked, "Are you talking about the woman named Lan Yurua? Stop asking the obvious." "Well," Tizheng smiled and fished out a jade slip before pushing it towards Yang Kai. "She's in this place now. Do you have the guts to go there?" Yang Kai frowned as Tizheng readily revealed the proprietress' whereabouts, so he wasn't sure if he should believe him. Then, he gave Zhu Jiuyin a signal with his eyes, whereupon the woman picked up the jade slip and examined it. Then, she nodded at Yang Kai to mean that there was nothing wrong with it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4363. He's here. It was then Yang Kai picked up the jade slip and infused his divine sense into it. With a frown, he gazed at Tizheng and asked, "How would I know if you're telling the truth?" "It's up to you whether you want to believe me." Tizheng grinned and rose from the chair, then cupped his fist to Zhu Jiuyin. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, Senior Sister Zhu." Following that, he turned around and nonchalantly left. After he was gone, Bai Qi asked anxiously, "Where's proprietress now?" Yang Kai replied, "Have a look." Then he passed the jade slip to him. After scanning the jade slip, Bai Qi furrowed his brow Shadowless Cave Heaven. The jade slip indeed contained the proprietress' whereabouts, but it was actually a universe cave heaven called Shadowless Cave Heaven, which was just as powerful as Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Both of them were universe cave heavens left behind by 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after they passed away. Old Bai, do you think we can believe the information in this jade slip? Yang Kai asked. Bai Chi replied, it's likely to be true. The location marked in this jade slip was where proprietress and the others disappeared back then. It explains why they went missing, if they really fell into a universe cave heaven. However, I've never heard of Shadowless Cave Heaven before. Yuhi said, it's rumored that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives in the Shattered Heaven. After they died, ideas they left behind many universe cave heavens and universe paradises that he might come across. So it's expected that you've never heard of it. He realized that someone was staring at him. Yang Kai turned to look at her. Met. Yang Kai became startled for a moment. Universe paradises there was a middle-aged man across from the outside world who had a look of disbelief. No one can find entrances unless they're extremely lucky. Expected to bump into Yang Kai in this place. Big sister Lan fall into the shadowless cave heaven. A sense of resentment rose within this man. It probably means that they already have control over its entrance. Endless wrath and hatred. As Yang Kai suddenly suggested that he was eager to skin Yang Kai alive and drink his blood. You said that however, the reason proprietress as soon as he noticed the people around Yang Kai was that she was looking for a high-rank even though the auras of Zhujiu. How did you all get wind of it? And the others were concealed. Did you find out about it yourself? It was apparent to this man that it would be difficult to deal with them. It was proprietress who somehow got word of it. Unable to kill Yang Kai someone to get his revenge? Leaked news of as he darted his gaze around treasure, he shot towards proprietress into the trap. Follow sent her into the shadowless cave and chased after the man. Yang Kai snorted. Despite the fact that Zhujiu and the others had no idea what was going on, it seems that they've really discovered a portal into the shadowless cave heaven. After leaving the Star City, they know how to enter it and saw a ray of light shooting towards the depths of heavens and paradises. Chu Huashang quickly summoned her flight-type artifact, so it wasn't odd that they could control the entrance and raced after him. Cave heaven. A puzzled Zhujiu and it also wasn't difficult for them to use it to trap the proprietress. Give me a moment to think. Yang Kai frowned without answering her question. Are you still going? Innumerable memories flashed across his mind with a dispassionate glance. And just a moment later, he seemed to have figured out something. Told you the location must be that they've set up a trap. An impatient Zhujiu even if this queen goes with you. What do you mean? I can't necessarily ensure your safety. We might be able to lose your life there. Bai Chi asked curiously helpers and said, I was ready for that before I came here, as they didn't understand now why he was regardless of how dangerous the road ahead of us is. Instead of heading straight to the proprietress location, Zhujiu stared intently after letting out a breath calmly. Yang Kai gazed at Chu Huashang if you lose your life there, do you remember Abundant City, senior sister Chu? And offended you, he glared at her. Chu Huashang replied with a smile. I'm eager to find out what kind of an amazing trap they've set up for me. Aren't those people living in Voidland now? Without hesitation, she had frequently visited shuffling out of the restaurant over the years. They headed for the Star City's exit, and the others a number of times. A solemn expression when she and Yang Kai were held captive in Abundant City. They had met Mo Mei and the other inhabitants of the city, and found out about their situations. The ancestors of Abundant City were implanted with a blood principle restriction by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so their descendants had to live in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for their entire lives. Without the nourishment from the Cave Heaven's aura, they would immediately lose their lives. Back then, I joined forces with Black Crow Divine Monarch and obtained a secret technique that could resolve the blood principle restriction. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I managed to return to Abundance City in time and brought Mo Mei and the others out, eventually bringing them to settle in Voidland. However, when we were still captives, there was an elder from Abundance City who tried to kill me. Do you remember that, senior sister Chu? After giving it a thought, Chu Huashang nodded. He was named Tan Luo Xing, right? It's no wonder I found that man familiar just now. When Tan Luo Xing saw the wooden token given to Yang Kai by the proprietress in the past, he attempted to kill him outright. However, Tan Luo Xing failed miserably, and soon after forcefully opened the city's defensive Grand Array, and fled as he was worried that he would get punished. After that, Golden Gorilla King stormed into Abundance City, and made a scene. The person Yang Kai came across just now was Tan Luo Xing, who had fled from Abundance City. After finishing her words, Chu Huashang asked in perplexement, "There's something I don't understand. junior brother Yang. Tan Luoxing fled pretty early on, so he supposedly shouldn't have survived. After the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, all the cultivators in that place must have passed away, except for the ones from Abundance City that you managed to save. Yang Kai said with a smile. The only possibility is that his blood principle restriction was also removed. But who could have helped? Before Chu Huashang finished her words, her gaze brightened as she figured everything out. Yang Kai went on to say, that's right. There's one more person who can resolve the blood principle restriction other than me. Chu Huashang completed his sentence. Black Crow Divine Monarch. Yang Kai chuckled. He's really something. He had killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the collapse of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, all of the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow Divine Monarch and began hunting him down. Initially, I thought that he must have lost his life in the Blood Monster territory. Now, it seems that not only is he still alive and kicking, but he's also come to the Shattered Heaven. After a moment of deliberation, Yang Kai nodded. I'm sure he's in the Shattered Heaven now. His life must be worse than mine since he's being actively hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. There's nowhere in the 3,000 worlds that he can go except for the Shattered Heaven where there's nothing but chaos. He tooted. Did you notice, Senior Sister Chu? Tan Luoxing is also an Open Heaven Realm Master now. Chu Huashang nodded and Fifth Order. Yang Kai went on to say, there was no way Black Crow Divine Monarch would help Tan Luoxing resolve his blood principle restriction out of kindness. He was aware that he was on his own, so he had to recruit some subordinates. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Tan Luoxing is powerful enough to be used as a pawn. Moreover, in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Abundance City alone was able to produce so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. What about other cities? If my speculation is right, Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of helpers who are in the 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. After all, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a former high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, reborn after seizing someone else's body. Since Black Crow Divine Monarch possessed the necessary secret technique to resolve the blood principle restriction, it would be easy for him to enslave some people when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven began to collapse. Since Yang Kai was able to save the people from Abundance City at that time, Black Crow Divine Monarch could naturally do something similar. The fact that Tan Luoxing was still alive was the best proof. Moreover, he said, Tan Luoxing seems to be luring us somewhere, young master. Yang Kai said, he's completely resentful of me. After his failed attempt to kill me back then, he was forced to flee Abundance City and became homeless. When he saw me in the Star City just now, he wouldn't dare to make a move as all of you were around me. However, if he can lure us to the place where his companions gather together, he can join forces with them and get his revenge. Chu Huashang remarked, that must be the place where Black Crow Divine Monarch resides. Yang Kai nodded, you're right. He's trying to make use of Black Crow Divine Monarch's power to deal with us. Even though there were only a small number of people with Yang Kai, they were obviously all powerful masters. Since Tan Luoxing had the guts to lure them to that place, it meant that Black Crow Divine Monarch must have amassed a lot of subordinates, and he believed that the Divine Monarch was able to deal with Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Zhu Jiuyin warned him by saying, are you trying to make use of that Black Crow Divine Monarch's power? Be careful, as you might go for wool and come back shorn. Chu Huashang said, you should really think twice about it, junior brother. I remember that you made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer a huge loss in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so he also abhors you. Martial Peak, Chapter 4364 Blood Sacrifice. The reason Black Crow is resentful of me is that I ruined his plan to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is no longer around, it's useless for him to keep on hating me. On the other hand, those from the cave heavens and paradises hunted him in the Blood Monster territory And even though he escaped from that great territory in the end, he was forced to live miserably in the shattered heaven. I believe that if there's a chance, he won't mind retaliating against those people. Back then, Black Crow Divine Monarch was trying to refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If he had succeeded, the life or death of all the people in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have fallen into his hands. Unfortunately, Yang Kai foiled his plans at the critical moment. This was indeed an unresolvable feud. However, fighting back in order to survive as Yang Kai had done, and the active hunt to exterminate him by the cave heavens and paradises were not equal in weight. Yang Kai had ruined his plan while those from cave heavens and paradises wanted to kill him, so both of these parties were also his enemies. With that said, it was more difficult to deal with the cave heavens and paradises in comparison. Black Crow Divine Monarch must be fully aware of that, which was why he had hidden in the shattered heaven. It was said that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Perhaps they could join forces over this matter temporarily. As for their feud, they could settle it at a later date. Black Crow Divine Monarch had lived for a long time, so he must be able to see the big picture. Regardless, we have to meet him first. Maybe we'll get what we want, but even if we don't, we won't suffer any losses. Since Yang Kai had made a decision, the others were not in any place to say otherwise, especially Chu Huashang. After all, she was a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven that was also involved in hunting down Black Crow Divine Monarch. As they raced after the ray of light, they moved forward at full speed. Broken spirit provinces were scattered everywhere in the shattered heaven. There was no vitality in these spirit provinces, and their world principles were long gone. These shattered spirit provinces were supposed to be parts of universe worlds in the shattered heaven, but after the epic war in the past, the neighboring great territories were all broken, and their universe worlds were destroyed, leaving behind only remnants. On a certain small spirit province, many figures had concealed themselves while there were some strong cultivators who stood guard around the periphery. All of a sudden, a shriek was heard coming from the deepest part of the spirit province, which sent a chill down everyone's spine. The mid-rank open heaven realm masters who stood guard shuddered upon hearing that as they mourned for the lost life. These people were cultivators who were born and bred in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven broke apart, they were found by a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch, who helped resolve the blood principle restriction in their bodies and brought them away. Initially, they thought that they could finally break free from the cage that had confined their ancestors in them and start a new life. However, no one could have expected that it was just the beginning of their nightmare. They were still half-step open heaven realm masters when they left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. But Black Crow Divine Monarch gave them resources and helped them ascend to the open heaven realm in a short period of time. Due to years of accumulation and Black Crow Divine Monarch's help, they were able to ascend to the 4th order at minimum. Many of them were in the 5th order, while there were a small number of 6th order open heaven realm masters among them. Very few lost their lives when breaking through. Following that, Black Crow Divine Monarch led them all the way to Shattered Heaven. Due to the fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch loved drinking human blood, he would need an open heaven realm master to use as blood food from time to time. The Shattered Heaven was a chaotic and lawless place, where countless lives were lost every day. As a formidable force like them wandered around, they could wait for the right targets and make a move at the right time. There were many unlucky open heaven realm masters who were captured by them and brought to this place to be served as blood sacrifices for Black Crow Divine Monarch. However, even though they were powerful, there were times when they were not lucky enough to find any target. For a time like this, Black Crow Divine Monarch would choose one of them to be his blood sacrifice. Initially, 35 people had left the Blood Monster territory with Black Crow Divine Monarch, but after just 3 years, only a little more than 20 of them were left. Those who were gone didn't lose their lives in battle, but instead had their blood essence sucked dry by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Luck wasn't on their side recently, as they couldn't capture anyone to serve as blood food. So as soon as they heard the shriek, they knew that one of their companions had perished. Now their life or death was basically in Black Crow Divine Monarch's hands. Although some of them were stronger than him, none of them dared to rebel. If this went on, all of them would be killed by Black Crow Divine Monarch in a few years. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction for them, he also left something in their bodies, which ensured that they wouldn't be able to break free from his control, even after they advanced to the open heaven realm. The shrieks didn't last for a long time. After slightly more than 10 breaths' time, the voice weakened. The open heaven realm masters on the spirit province sported in different expressions, as they were already used to this. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed, "Someone is coming!" The people who were responsible for standing guard immediately looked around and saw a ray of light approaching them at high speed, and they quickly put their guard up. However, just a moment later, someone recognized the person who was approaching and shouted, "Don't panic. It's Tan Luoxing." As expected, Tan Xinglu appeared within everyone's sight just a while later, but before he even reached them, he exclaimed, "Hide yourselves. There are some new blood sacrifices following me." Upon hearing that, all of them became energized as they used their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures. They had been extremely unlucky recently, as they were unable to capture any blood sacrifice at all. They had just lost another companion, and no one knew who the next among them would be. Therefore, when they heard that some blood sacrifices were following Tan Luoxing, they quickly got prepared. As long as they could catch those blood sacrifices, they would be safe in a short period of time. On the other hand, upon informing his companions about it, Tan Luoxing shot towards the deepest part of the spirit province. Just a moment later, he arrived at a collapsed grand hall that was protected by powerful cultivators in all directions. However, all of them looked as pale as white sheets now. In the middle of the grand hall stood a figure that was engulfed in blood mist. For some reason, he was trembling violently, and the blood mist around him contracted and expanded irregularly. There was a withered corpse lying on the ground in front of this figure. The corpse didn't contain any moisture, as though it had been left in the burning sun for countless years. His skin was horrendously pale, and all his blood essence was gone. He must have gone through a terrifying experience before his death. His hollow eyes almost popped out, and horror was written all over his shriveled face. Tan Luoxing took a glance at the corpse and instantly recognized his identity. Just a few days ago, he had chatted with this man over some casual topics, so it never crossed his mind that after he returned from the Star City in the Shattered Heaven, the other party would already be dead. Still, he quickly retracted his gaze and called out, "Divine Monarch!" All of a sudden, the figure covered in blood mist extended his hand and slapped Tan Luoxing. The slap was so forceful that he flipped over several times in the air, and when he landed on the ground, half of his face was swollen up while several of his teeth were broken. "How dare you disturb this monarch when I'm having my meal? Is it your first day working for me? Or do you also want to be my blood food today?" Black Crow Divine Monarch's grim voice was heard coming from the weltering blood mist. Tan Luoxing shuddered and fell on all fours as he pleaded, "Please forgive me, Divine Monarch. Please forgive me. I know I've made a mistake. Please don't kill me." Black Crow roared like he was an injured beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he said through clenched teeth, "Old dog blood monster, you still taunt this monarch even after your death. What did you do to the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture? Damn you!" It wasn't until Black Crow fled from the blood monster territory and arrived at the Shattered Heaven that he realized there was something wrong with the scripture that he had cultivated. That was because after he ascended to the open heaven realm, he had to look for suitable blood sacrifices from time to time and swallow all their blood essence. Otherwise, he would be at risk of self-detonation. Even though the learner of the scripture was supposed to consume others' blood essence to increase their power, there was a difference between doing it proactively and being forced to do it. He had a speculation that the scripture he had obtained was tampered with by blood monster Divine Monarch, which was why he had fallen into such a state. Whenever he needed a blood sacrifice, he would feel unbearably itchy as though countless cats were scratching his soul. He was unable to control his emotions as he'd become highly irritable. Then, He turned his head and stared fixedly at Tan Luoxing. Why did you disturb this monarch? If you can't provide a good reason, I'll devour you immediately. Tan Luoxing became horrified as he knew that Black Crow wasn't pulling his leg. If he couldn't come up with a satisfactory reply, he would lose his life the next instant. Not daring to be negligent, he pressed his head against the ground and said in a shaking voice, I found Yang Kai in the Star City. Yang Kai! Black Crow Divine Monarch became startled for a moment. Then the blood mist around him exploded as he shot towards Tan Luoxing and yanked him up before saying through gritted teeth, Are you talking about that damn brat who ruined this monarch's plan back in Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Where is he? If Yang Kai hadn't foiled his plan, he wouldn't have fallen into such a state. At that time, as long as he could refine the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and make use of its resources, he could wait until he recovered his strength before leaving. By then, he could go anywhere he pleased instead of hiding from his enemies in this place. Tan Luoxing quickly said, I've lured him to this place. He'll be here soon. Upon hearing that, Black Crow was elated. Good, very good. That brat ruined this monarch's plans in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I've been wanting to get my revenge, but I didn't know where he was. Now that he dares to show up in the Shattered Heaven, he's basically stepping right into his grave. This monarch will definitely catch and kill him. After he finished speaking, he gently put down Tan Luoxing and said with a mild expression, You've done well. Martial Peak, Chapter 4365 Persuasion. After getting a compliment, Tan Luoxing put on a fawning smile. It's my duty to help solve your problems, Divine Monarch. However, Yang Kai is followed by some Open Heaven Realm masters this time. I couldn't see through their strength as they were concealing their auras, but I don't think they're pushovers. Black Crow sneered. I was worried that they would be too weak. To this monarch, the more powerful a blood sacrifice is, the better they'll taste. As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look in a particular direction. Apparently he had sensed something. At the same time, explosive sounds were heard as world force undulated. There was also an aura that was extraordinarily powerful and eerie. Obviously, the people who were responsible for standing guard had engaged Yang Kai in battle. A divine spirit. Black Crow turned pale and widened his eyes in disbelief. Why was there a divine spirit following Yang Kai around? Moreover, judging from the divine spirit's energy fluctuations, she should be a mature one. In other words, she was at least as strong as a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Black Crow's expression darkened instantly. To him, there was no doubt that a powerful blood sacrifice would taste better and be more beneficial to him. Still, he had to be wary of a mature divine spirit. Even though he had many strong cultivators in the 5th-order and 6th-order open heaven realm who worked for him, they would be useless when faced against such a foe. Despite his wariness, he wasn't afraid. More than 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters were a force to be reckoned with. If they got into a life-and-death battle with this divine spirit, both parties would likely be equally matched. While he was pondering on whether he should fight or retreat, he heard someone speaking to him. Black Crow, your friend has come all the way here to see you. Why don't you let me in? Upon hearing that voice, Black Crow immediately had the urge to kill. That was the voice of the accursed brat, who had repeatedly ruined his plans in the blood monster cave heaven. First, he failed to seize Yang Kai's body, and had to settle for an inferior one. Then, he foiled his plans to refine the blood monster divine palace, leading to the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, which forced him to flee to the shattered heaven. Yang Kai was the cause of all of his misery. Whenever Black Crow thought of that brat, he was eager to skin him alive and drink his blood. In fact, he had secretly made an oath that as soon as he returned to his peak, he would scour the 3,000 worlds to look for this boy and let him taste the cruelest torture imaginable. However, it never crossed Black Crow's mind that they'd meet again so soon. As he narrowed his bloodshot eyes, he raised his arm and bellowed, "Let them in!" Black Crow was fully aware of his subordinate's strength. Since Yang Kai had a divine spirit with him, there was no way his blood slaves could stop him. In that case, he decided to directly let them in. He wanted to find out why Yang Kai had come all the way to the shattered heaven to look for him. The battle ended as the explosive sounds died down. Soon enough, under the attention of many mid-rank open realm masters, Yang Kai led Yu He, Zhu Jiuyin, and the others to barge into the place and walked up to Black Crow. Shwa shwa shwa. The cultivators who were hidden earlier flew over from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai and his group. At this moment, nearly 30 mid-rank open realm masters had gathered together in this small spirit province. There was also the divine spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. People who had no idea what was going on would be shaken to the core if they saw such a powerful group. As their eyes met, Yang Kai smiled and saluted in a friendly manner. "Good to see you again, Black Crow. Who could have thought that we'd reunite in this place?" Black Crow's eyes seemed able to spit fire as he snarled. "Quit being so presumptuous. How dare you call this monarch by his name?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "It's just a name. Please don't mind it, divine monarch." Black Crow snorted. "Stinking brat. You ruined this monarch's plans in the blood monster cave heaven, yet you still have the gall to show up in front of me? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you have a divine spirit to protect you?" Then he lifted both arms and put on a smug smile. "Do you see it now? I have many powerful subordinates with me. As soon as I give the order, they'll kill you." Yang Kai spoke up with an amiable expression. "I believe that you're capable of doing that. However, it's pointless for you to kill me now. The blood monster cave heaven is gone, and you're currently being hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. I believe that life has been terrible for you in the shattered heaven. Am I right?" At the mention of this, Black Crow became even more infuriated. If you hadn't interfered, this monarch wouldn't have fallen into such a miserable state. If he had managed to refine the blood monster divine palace, He could have taken control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven and made use of the resources left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch to restore his strength while remaining hidden from the world, rather than being forced to flee and getting hunted down. I was forced to do that, Divine Monarch. If you had really refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace, I would have died. In order to survive, I had to oppose you at that time, Yang Kai said with a smile, as though he wasn't the one who did that back then. Black Crow barked. What do you want, boy? Have you come all the way here just to annoy me? In that case, this monarch will never let you off. Of course not. Yang Kai shook his head and said solemnly, I'm here to join forces with you. Black Crow gawked for a moment before growling. Are you saying that you want to join forces with this monarch? Did you fumble your words? Or did I mishear you? Yang Kai replied, You didn't mishear me, nor did I speak wrongly. Black Crow looked around and laughed in a maniacal manner. His laugh reverberated across the entire spirit province. A moment later, he stopped laughing and snorted. Even though this monarch has no idea what your intentions are, I know that you've not some kind-hearted saint. Scram while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, all of you have to lose your lives here. Yang Kai stared at him and shook his head. You haven't even asked about what I want to join forces with you for, Divine Monarch. Why are you in a rush to chase me away? Black Crow scoffed. If possible, you're the first one this monarch would kill. Are you taunting me by telling me to work with you? Who do you think you are? Do you even have a right to join forces with me? Ignoring his mockery, Yang Kai went on to say, You had no choice but to flee from the Blood Monster territory and hide in this broken spirit province because of those from the cave heavens and paradises. Don't you want to get your revenge? Black Crow stared at him with narrowed eyes as a dangerous glint flashed through his gaze. It was as though he was pondering on whether he should attack Yang Kai here and now. Certainly, he had no regard for the latter whatsoever. When he was in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, he had just taken over someone else's body, so he was only able to exert a fraction of his true power. That was the reason Yang Kai was able to repeatedly foil his plans. But now, he was already a fifth-order realm master, while Yang Kai was still just a half-step open heaven realm cultivator. They were not even comparable anymore. However, he was wary of the divine spirit. With this divine spirit's protection, it would be unrealistic for him to kill Yang Kai even though he had many strong subordinates with him. You hold some grudges against those from the cave heavens and paradises, and it's the same case for me, Yang Kai continued. Since we have common foes, why don't you join forces with me? Black Crow's interest had been piqued as he asked, Why is there a feud between you and those from the cave heavens and paradises? Yang Kai explained, That's because I want to directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm, and it seems to have affected some people's interests, so I've been targeted by them. In fact, I was lured to this place, and there is a trap waiting for me in the depths of the shattered heaven. Understanding now, Black Crow nodded faintly. As expected, you really want to ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It's no wonder that the cave heavens and paradises won't let you off. If I were them, I wouldn't let you achieve your goal either. However, since you're aware that it's a trap, why are you still going straight into it? There's a reason I must go, but I'm not going to tell you about it. It's a coincidence that we've come across each other here. I didn't deliberately look for you. Black Crow turned to look at Tan Luo Xing, and reckoned that the latter must have exposed his whereabouts by being followed. Faced with Black Crow's deathly stare, Tan Luo Xing was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Black Crow snorted. Since those from the cave heavens and paradises have set up a trap for you, it'll be useless regardless of how many people you bring with you. This monarch isn't a fool, so why would I decide to perish together with you? You're wrong, Divine Monarch. Yang Kai shook his head. If all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises had joined forces, there's no way I would survive, and even trying to resist would be pointless. However, we're only going to deal with some of them here, so they can't possibly summon a large number of their strongest cultivators. We can settle the score between us in the future, me and the people around me, Such a chance is hard to come by. And make a move now. If you don't make a move now, they won't be able to counterattack. You'll regret it in the future. Since you have so many powerful cultivators, do you want to keep hiding in the shattered heaven forever? Don't you want to deal a heavy blow to them if they discover your whereabouts? While Black Crow was contemplating it with a frown here, Yang Kai just stared silently at him without urging. Get lost now. A moment later, or else I'll kill you right here. Sneered. Black Crow waved his hand to chase them away. This monarch will not believe even one word from your wicked mouth. While Yang Kai attempted to keep persuading him, some grudges against the cave heavens and paradise undulated as he snapped. And I'll storm into their headquarters someday. 3 breaths, kill all of their disciples and destroy their inheritances. Following that have been accumulated over so many open heaven realm masters. However, circulated I also very much want to see you dead. At that instant, the aura of world force permeated the broken hall. You're too naive, brat. Chu Huashang. And Bai Qi became alarmed with only Zhu Jiuyin remaining impassive, as she stared coldly at Black Crow Divine Monarch. A frustrated Yang Kai shot Black Crow Divine Monarch a glare, and said through clenched teeth, "We're leaving." Then he turned around and swung his sleeve before walking off, seemingly quite vexed. In the blink of an eye, they left the spirit province and headed straight to the depths of the shattered heaven. Martial Peak, Chapter 4366, Which Path to Follow? It wasn't until they flew for a long time after leaving the spirit province that Yang Kai's expression turned milder as he let out a breath. To the side, Zhu Jiuyin asked, "You wanted to join forces with him, but he didn't seem interested one bit. What are you going to do now? Walk right into the trap like a fool?" There was a faint smile on Yang Kai's face. He wasn't interested? I don't think so. Zhu Jiuyin said with a frown. Black Crow made his stance clear. Are you blind or what? Yang Kai explained. It's exactly because he made his stance clear so quickly that I'm sure he's interested. As for whether he'll make a move, it depends on our ability to deal with the trap they've set up. If my speculation is right, Black Crow will secretly follow us then play it by ear. If there's a chance, he'll gladly have a hand in this matter. However, if the difference in power between our enemies and us is too great, he'll stay clear of it. He's not the charitable sort. Since he has suffered such an immense setback, there's no way he won't want to get his revenge. The most important thing now is whether we can create a chance for him to make a move. Zhu Jiuyin refuted. That's just your speculation. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. It's just my speculation. Maybe Black Crow won't make any move in the end. If they couldn't use Black Crow's power, they had no choice but to face the trap in the shadowless cave heaven on their own. In any case, it was a surprise that they came across Black Crow in the shattered heaven. Yang Kai had never expected Black Crow to hide in that place, and the latter even had so many mid-rank open heaven realm masters working for him. In fact, it never crossed his mind that Black Crow had actually fled from the blood monster territory. Initially, he thought that the latter must have lost his life there. After all, every single territory gate of that place had been controlled by the cave heavens and paradises at that time, and all the cultivators who passed through gates were carefully screened. It wasn't certain what trick Black Crow had used, but not only had he managed to flee, he had even brought many people with him. This kind of old fox who had lived for countless years must never be underestimated. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and asked, Senior Sister Chu, since you're a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven, what kind of trap do you think those from Myriad Demons Heaven have set up in the shadowless cave heaven? Following a moment of deliberation, she replied, I know little about the information at the top level. Even though my great force did its best to gather information, we're unable to do so as we're not involved in this matter. However, high-rank open heaven realm masters are all powerful figures with supreme identities, so they won't easily make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. Senior Zhu's existence has been exposed, so if those from Myriad Demons Heaven want to set up a trap, they'll specifically target her. Moreover, Senior Zhu showcased her power in the battle in Voidland a few years ago. Therefore, I think at least 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters will be waiting outside the shadowless cave heaven. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded gently. What Chu Huashang had said was the same as his speculations. Since they wanted to target Zhu Jiuyin, they'd need 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the very least. That was because 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to defeat Zhu Jiuyin previously. Moreover, only Myriad Demons Heaven had exposed themselves in this matter so far. The other cave heavens and paradises remained hidden. Yang Kai had no idea whether there were other players in this game apart from Myriad Demons Heaven. However, Chu Huashang was right to say that high-rank open heaven realm masters were powerful figures with superb identities, so they wouldn't easily make a move. Even if they did, they wouldn't come in large numbers. That was because they had a reputation to preserve. As the ship moved forward, Yang Kai stood on the deck and looked at the endless void while pondering on his future. Before coming to the 3,000 worlds, he would never have expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. like himself would be able to raise such waves one day. Now faced with an extremely difficult trial, he realized that he was still too weak after all. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, he was still able to use the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array to play some role. Since the Array Jade was in his possession, he could make use of the Grand Array to fend off his enemies. However, he practically became useless after leaving Voidland. Initially, he wanted to make use of the Star City's development and wait for a chance to look for a high-rank Yin element treasure that suited him. Once he became a high-rank open heaven realm master, he would make a name for himself. However, those who had been paying attention to him thought that he was going to disrupt the order in the 3,000 worlds, so they decided to take care of him before he had a chance and lured him out of Voidland. Faced with the siege by Shen Liang, Jiang Yunshan, and Luan Baifeng, all Yang Kai could do was stay behind his companion's protection as he watched Bai Qi, and knew he fend off the enemy while he looked for a chance to flee. This ambush was just a probe to find out his true power, and the trap in the shadowless cave heaven was the real deal. Given his current strength, there was nothing Yang Kai could do even if he reached the shadowless cave heaven. Was he going to rely on Zhu Jiuyin to save the proprietress, and then just run back to Voidland? Since Zhu Jiuyin's existence had been exposed, it was expected that she'd be targeted. By then, she might not even be able to protect herself, let alone save the proprietress. Which path should he follow as he stepped into the unknown? Yang Kai was a resolute man who made decisions firmly. Even if the road ahead was paved with thorns, he had to charge forward despite knowing that he'd be injured. However, at this moment he was at a loss. As the ship sailed forward, Yu He and Bai Qi remained silent. They worriedly exchanged glances, as they could sense that Yang Kai was feeling conflicted. The shattered heaven was indeed a dangerous place. As they moved forward, they would come across unknown dangers from time to time. A series of mighty fluctuations could be felt spreading from seemingly ordinary spirit provinces, and some of these fluctuations were as strong as a strike from someone in the high-rank open heaven realm. If they accidentally triggered these fluctuations, they would be turned into dust. These hidden dangers were left behind from the ancient war. Due to that great battle, countless restrictions and spirit arrays were left behind in the shattered heaven. Other than the divine abilities and secret techniques that might explode at any moment, there were also many open heaven artifacts that had gained spirituality. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin had sharp perception. It was thanks to her warnings that they were able to stay away from many of the dangers. With that said, she wasn't able to detect all of them. On the third day since they entered the shattered heaven, a ray of light suddenly came at their ship when they were passing by a spirit province. The ray of light contained a horrifying power. The expressions of Yu He and Bai Qi changed drastically as they stood in front of Yang Kai, while Chu Huashang quickly drove the ship forward. At the same time, Zhu Jiuyin roared and spat out a snow-white spider web to intercept the ray of light. The ray of light was soon covered in the spider web, but just one breath of time later, it broke free and continued shooting towards the ship. Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed as she took Yang Kai's arm and flew away for several dozen kilometers. At the same time, Chu Huashang and the others also dispersed. When they looked back, they realized that the ship had already turned into dust after coming into contact with the ray of light. Meanwhile, the ray of light exposed itself. It turned out to be a blue wolf that stood in the void and stared at them. The wolf's figure flickered, so it was apparent that it wasn't a real beast. Moreover, one could see an arm-long jade scepter floating inside its body. Without stopping, the wolf turned into a ray of light again and disappeared into the depths of the shattered heaven. After they regrouped, Yu He and the others all had pale faces. Zhu Jiuyin sported a solemn expression as she gazed at Bai Qi and asked, "Was it also this dangerous the last time you were here?" Bai Qi replied, "We didn't come across that wolf previously. However, it's a well-known fact that the shattered heaven is full of dangers. We bumped into different kinds of attacks from time to time." "What was that?" Yang Kai asked. He was the weakest among all of them, so just now, he couldn't clearly see what was going on. All he saw was the wolf's figure. "It was an artifact that gained sentience," Yu He said seriously. "It was likely the manifestation of the Jade Scepter's artifact spirit. The Jade Scepter's owner was probably an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before his death. No ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could wield such a weapon." Yang Kai was stunned as he finally understood why the ray of light easily broke through Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique. No ordinary person could resist this kind of attack. If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't made a move, all of them would have been severely wounded. Obviously, the Jade Scepter had been hidden in that spirit province. It was triggered when Yang Kai and the others passed by this place. The shattered heaven was indeed a place full of danger, but at the same time, it was also a treasure trove. If anyone could obtain the artifact they had seen earlier, even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would also see their power increase significantly. However, in order to obtain it, the person had to be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least. After pulling themselves together, they continued moving forward. Wherever they went, they could see that some people had gotten into fights for one reason or another. Those who could make a living in the shattered heaven were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were ruthless. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in this lawless place. They had no reservations when fighting and constantly used fatal blows. Zhu Jiuyin would spread her aura from time to time to intimidate the people who passed by or were fighting nearby, reducing the number of people who dared confront them greatly. Even so, they were still only at the periphery of the shattered heaven. What would the core of the place look like? According to Bai Qi, the core area of the shattered heaven was a place where only high-rank open heaven realm masters had a right to step into. Despite that, there was no guarantee that they would come out alive. That was the reason so many high-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives here over the years. When Bai Qi and Proprietress were looking for a high-ranking element treasure, they never went near the core area. She was indeed searching for the resource for Yang Kai, but she wasn't so foolish as to take such a risk. As they flew forward carefully, they were relieved that the following journey was much safer. Half a month later, they arrived at their destination following the instructions in the jade slip given to them by Tizheng. This was a quiet place in the void as spirit provinces of different sizes hovered around them. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings with the jade slip in his hand, and upon making sure that there was no mistake, he asked Bai Qi, "Is it here?" After looking around, Bai Qi nodded with a solemn expression. "That's right. It's here." However, before Zhu Jiuyin could make a move again, she heard someone guffawing. "You've got a short temper, it seems, senior sister Zhu. That isn't good for you as it might make you grow old faster." Following that, a figure engulfed in demon qi shot out of a spirit province in a different direction. He was none other than Tizheng, who showed up in the restaurant in the Shattered Heaven Star City before. He wasn't on his own, as he was followed by two others. Fog was seen weltering around them, so no one could clearly see their figures. However, the auras exuding from their bodies suggested that they were high-rank open heaven realm masters. Shwa shwa shwa. Many figures started appearing above the spirit provinces around them. Yuhi and the others looked around and became alarmed. That was because in the depths of the shattered heaven, more than 20 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this part of the void. Apart from Tizheng and the other two high-rank open heaven realm masters, the rest of them were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even the weakest one was in the fourth order. This kind of formation could be described as horrifying. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, only the cave heavens and paradises were able to mobilize so many powerful open heaven realm masters. Judging from the current situation, Chu Huashang's speculation some time ago was right. This time, they had indeed gathered 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the shadowless cave heaven to deal with Zhu Jiuyin. As long as they could hold her down, the rest of Yang Kai's companions were no match for their people. The difference in numbers on the two sides was glaring. "I'm old enough to be your grandmother, so what if I'm a little foul-tempered?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted and reproached him. Tizheng replied with a smile. "I hope that your power justifies your terrible temper, senior sister Zhu." Just then, someone beside Tizheng asked, "Chu girl, what are you doing here? Don't forget your identity." He could apparently recognize Chu Huashang. She pressed her lips together and replied, "Junior brother Yang has saved my life on multiple occasions. Since he's in trouble now, I can't sit back and do nothing. My actions today are mine and mine alone. They have nothing to do with my master sect. After this incident, I will return to the sect to accept any punishment they deem necessary." "There's never a gentle fight in this world. Are you sure you can leave this place alive?" the person asked. Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "If I die, I won't have anything to worry about anymore." The person nodded. "Since you've understood, this king will say no more. We are all responsible for our own actions." "Many thanks for your lesson, senior." Chu Huashang elegantly saluted him. An impatient Zhu Jiuyin scoffed, "Cut the crap. Young boy has come here as he was told. Make a move now if you want to kill him." "Let's see if you're capable of doing that." Tizheng grinned. "Senior sister Zhu, since you can't wait any longer, I'll grant your wish." As soon as he spoke the last word, He turned into a fog of demon qi, and brought with him a horrifying world force as he pounced on Zhu Jiuyin. Meanwhile, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters beside him made a move at the same time. One of them was wielding a sword while the other flicked his fingers and sent out numerous beams of light. At that instant, the auras of the high-rank open heaven realm permeated and shook the world. As soon as these three high-rank open heaven realm masters took action, the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them moved towards specific places to form an array. Following that, they sent flags into the void and started forming hand seals, linking them in a profound and mysterious manner. A fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters was terrifying, so these mid-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere at all. It seemed that their only purpose here was to operate some kind of array, rather than to face Zhu Jiuyin head-on. This was undoubtedly a wise move, as not only could they prevent any loss of life on their side, but they could also weaken Zhu Jiuyin's strength. Before the array fully activated, Zhu Jiuyin already felt a pressure coming at her. She immediately realized that this mysterious array was targeted at divine spirits. Thus she yelled, "Protect young boy!" As she spoke, she charged towards the high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, initiating a world-shaking battle. Yu He and the others formed into a triangular formation as they surged their powers to ward off the fallout from the battle, protecting Yang Kai behind them. Presently, Yang Kai was just a half-step open heaven realm master, so if he was hit by a shockwave from the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies, he would die on the spot. Therefore, Yu He and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land previously, Zhu Jiuyin was able to fend off two high-rank open heaven realm masters. However, it seemed taxing for her to battle against three high-rank open heaven realm masters, now as she fell into a disadvantage almost immediately. Faced with the attacks of Ti Zheng and the others, she could only protect herself but not counterattack. Furthermore, the current situation was different from the previous one. Back then, Zhu Jiuyin had nothing to worry about, so she could focus on the battle against her enemies. But this time, she had to ensure Yang Kai's safety, so she was even more constrained. Just a moment later, a rumbling sound was heard as the array targeted at divine spirits took shape. An abstruse pattern lit up in the void as Zhu Jiuyin and the others stood in the center of effect. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly became slightly sluggish, and following a rain of attacks from Ti Zheng and the others, she fell into a perilous situation. Just a while later, wounds could be seen appearing on her body. "What is this damned spirit array?" Zhu Jiuyin bellowed through gritted teeth. While Ti Zheng calmly attacked her, he replied, "Locking divine spirit array. It's an array specifically designed to suppress divine spirits. Senior Sister Zhu, you're extremely powerful, so this array won't have much impact on you. However, in a life-or-death battle, even the slightest influence might cost your life." Despicable, Zhu Jiuyin snarled. It seemed that the siege by Shun Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union previously was indeed just a probe. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to make a move in that fight, so the other party brought out this locking divine spirit array to deal with her. Ti Zheng grinned. "Senior sister, you're quite beautiful, so you shouldn't waste your time protecting a boy in the Emperor realm." Martial Peak, Chapter 4368, Heaven Covering Web. On the other hand, when Yu He and the others, who were protecting Yang Kai, saw that Zhu Jiuyin was suffering a setback, they realized that the array had some impact on her. They wanted to break the array, but the battle between the three high-rank open heaven realm masters and Zhu Jiuyin was so intense they didn't dare to act rashly. Left with no choice, they could only remain in place with their anxieties. Above a certain spirit province fragment that was a few thousand kilometers away, some figures hid and suppressed their auras. Apart from the fact that there was not even a single high-rank open heaven realm master around, this group of people were a match for the ones attacking Yang Kai, and the others when it came to the number of people and collective strength. The person at the front was seen with a pair of bloodshot eyes, as though blood was swirling around behind them. He was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, even though Black Crow had turned Yang Kai down outright, he was actually interested in this opportunity. However, he didn't want to reveal his intentions in front of Yang Kai. Certainly, he was aware that Yang Kai wanted to use him to deal with the cave heavens and paradises, which was why he rejected him so firmly. However, he wouldn't want to miss such a good chance either. Therefore, after Yang Kai and the others left, Black Crow led his people to secretly follow them to this place. Presently, he could see that they had gotten into an intense battle. Even though he was several thousand kilometers away, he could still feel the horrifying world force explosions sweeping across him, which made him feel elated. Wonderful! Keep fighting so that this monarch can appear at the last moment and reap all the benefits. He was resentful of both parties in this battle. The cave heavens and paradises hunted him down and forced him to sneak into the shattered heaven. On the other hand, Yang Kai had repeatedly foiled his plans in the blood monster cave heaven. It could be said that he had fallen into such a state because of Yang Kai. Therefore, he was determined to kill both parties. Seeing both his enemies fighting to kill one another, he was naturally quite jovial. Regardless of which party emerged as the winner, he would be able to reap all the benefits by kidnapping some blood sacrifices for himself. Both Yang Kai and the other party had many mid-rank open heaven realm masters with them after all. To the side, Tan Luoxing said with a fawning smile, "Everything is within your expectations, Divine Monarch. This dog-eat-dog fight between them is splendid." Black Crow grinned. "It seems that Brad is on the losing side though." Tan Luoxing's interest had been piqued as well. "Do you think Yang Kai will die?" Since Black Crow was in a good mood, he decided to explain the situation. He's not going to have an easy time. Even though he has a divine spirit to protect him, there are 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters on the other side. And those mid-rank open heaven realm masters have set up the locking divine spirit array. As soon as they can break through the divine spirit's protection, that brat will definitely die. Now, it seems that even though the divine spirit is powerful, she's unable to ensure that little bastard's safety. It's just a matter of time before her guard is broken through. An excited Tan Luoxing said, "I knew that he would have a short life. I hope he dies a horrible death." Yang Kai was the main reason he had fallen into such a state. If Yang Kai hadn't brought the wooden token to Abundance City, he wouldn't have attempted to kill him and then been forced to flee from that place. Yang Kai was the cause of his misery. Martial Peak, Chapter 4369, Black Crow Strikes. Now, it seemed that Zhu Jiuyin hadn't revealed all her might in the battle in Void Land. At the very least, she had never showcased this heaven-covering web. She was able to hold down 4 7th-order open heaven realm masters all on her own, so it was obvious that her power was equivalent to that of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. In truth though, Tizheng was mistaken. Previously in Void Land, Zhu Jiuyin used all the strength she had to fight him. The reason she appeared stronger now, on par with an 8th-order open heaven realm master, was because she originated from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and needed time to adapt to the 3,000 worlds principles. It had been 3 years since the last battle, a period of time that was neither long nor short, but it was sufficient for her to restore more of her strength. That was the reason she seemed more formidable than in the past. They had 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters, and used 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters to form the locking divine spirit array. Nevertheless, instead of killing Yang Kai quickly, they had become bound in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Tizheng and the others naturally sported dark expressions because of that. Following a roar, a grim voice was heard shouting, "Fear nothing, spare no one." Demon chi surged as a gigantic demon phantom appeared behind Tizheng. The demon phantom was covered in narrowed and eerie-looking eyes. There were probably more than 1,000 eyes, and every one of them was darting around randomly, as though they were suffering from hysteria. There was a huge blade that was almost 300 meters long in the demon phantom's hand. Its horrifying presence was able to shake the universe and shatter space itself. As soon as Thousand-Eyed Demon Phantom appeared, Tijing became even more overbearing than before. Divine manifestation! Bai Qi exclaimed. Divine manifestations were techniques exclusive to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. But not all high-rank Open Heaven Masters possessed one. The people who could successfully cultivate a divine manifestation were the top masters among the high rank. There had never been anyone in history who could comprehend a divine manifestation below the high-rank Open Heaven realm, except Yang Kai. Tijing was an elder from Myriad Demon's Heaven who had lived for a very long time. It had been a couple thousand years since he ascended to the Seventh Order. So it wasn't surprising that he had a divine manifestation. Once the divine manifestation was cast, it suggested that Tijing was no longer holding back. While the Thousand-Eyed Demon Phantom came into existence, another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master also used his divine manifestation. Unlike Tijing's Thousand-Eyed Demon Phantom, this person's divine manifestation looked ordinary, as it was just a spirit peak that hovered behind him. However, a thick and dangerous earth attribute aura could be felt coming from the spirit peak. The remaining two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't reveal manifestations, either because they were concealing their strength, or because they simply didn't have one. With that said, the latter was most likely to be true. After all, they had fallen into Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Faced with such a formidable divine spirit, they could lose their lives if they still tried to hold back. Even though they didn't have divine manifestations, the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were still quite horrifying. Clanging sounds were continuously heard as Zhu Jiuyin kept flicking her spider web, binding everything within her domain. As the screeching music sounded, ripples were seen spreading across the Thousand-Eyed Demon Phantom and the Spirit Peak. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Phantom roared as all its eyes beamed out dark lights which pierced the void and flew at Zhu Jiuyin from all directions. Even though Zhu Jiuyin kept avoiding the dark lights, she was still struck as some parts of her skin became burnt. However, she ignored her injuries as though she couldn't feel any pain. Her countless threads of spider silk turned into razor-sharp blades that whipped and slashed at the four high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Demon Phantom raised his blade and forcefully brought it down, whereupon a few threads of spider silk snapped with a metallic clang. In an instant, Tijing felt less pressured as he became elated, and attempted to break free from the heaven-covering web. Nevertheless, the moment he jumped up, he saw dozens of rays of light coming from above his head, which forced him to fall back down. Looking up, he realized that the broken threads had been reconnected. The sight of it made him feel vexed. In the void, the lights of secret techniques and divine abilities glittered as Zhu Jiuyin was locked in an intense battle with the four Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Yu He and Chu Huashang, who were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, were unable to join such a battle, let alone Bai Qi, who was only in the Fifth Order. All they could do was stay by Yang Kai's side and help him fend off the fallout. Fortunately, they were in the center of the spider web, so most of the pressure was still being borne by Zhu Jiuyin, and the fallout that reached them was negligible. However, anyone could tell that even though Zhu Jiuyin appeared to be domineering, she was unable to persevere forever. Moreover, she was too heavily outnumbered, so she was in a really tight spot in this battle. Once Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique was broken through, all of her companions wouldn't stand a chance to counterattack. Now, they could only hope that Yang Kai could find the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven as soon as possible, so that they could enter and rest. During the fierce battle, a shriek was suddenly heard from an unexpected place. Everyone involved in the battle was shocked as they turned to look in that direction. Upon finding out what was going on, Zhu Jiuyin remained indifferent while Tijing and the other high-rank masters became enraged. A spirit province that had been approaching them slowly exploded all of a sudden. Following that, more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters shot out and bombarded the people who were supporting the locking Divine Spirit Array. This group appeared too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. By the time the Myriad Demon's Heaven disciples realized what was happening, it was already too late. The instant the attack began, several people already lost their lives, which included a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "How dare you? Who are you?" Tijing bellowed. A grim voice was heard cackling. "It's your grandpa Black Crow." Upon hearing that, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned and Tijing widened his eyes in shock. "Black Crow Divine Monarch? How can this be? Why is Black Crow Divine Monarch here?" Back then, Black Crow ruthlessly killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, and the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow's doings, they cordoned off all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory. Everyone who wanted to pass through the territory gates had to submit to inspection. The cave heavens and paradises had spent an entire year trying to capture Black Crow, but they were unable to find any trace of him. Since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow seemed to have vanished into thin air. Black Crow was an old fox who had lived for innumerable years and possessed an incredible secret art, like the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Naturally, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let him off. Tijing had been paying close attention to this matter as well, so he immediately understood who the other party was when he heard the name Black Crow. How did this bastard flee from the Blood Monster territory and sneak into the Shattered Heaven? Why does he have so many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters serving him? Tijing could not understand what was happening. His heart sank as he knew that his side was in trouble now. If he came across Black Crow at any other time, he would have been ecstatic. As long as he could capture this fellow, he could stand a chance to comprehend the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture. Moreover, this kind of old dog who had lived for countless years must have other secrets with him as well. However, at this moment, Black Crow suddenly appeared with a group of masters, giving Tijing a big headache. Now all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stuck in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. They couldn't break free from it if Zhu Jiuyin wasn't killed. Without their support, their disciples scattered around the locking Divine Spirit Array wouldn't be able to fight Black Crow and his band. Like a tiger that had just left the mountain, Black Crow led his subordinates and attacked the enemy. In just 10 breaths of time, they managed to kill 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters, including the one in charge of the array. Black Crow pointed his finger at the front and ordered, "Kill them all." Tijing yelled, "Don't you dare, Black Crow." Black Crow glared at him and sneered, "Open your eyes wide and see whether this monarch dares to." He was forced to live miserably in the Shattered Heaven, because he was hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. Now that he had a chance to get some revenge, he certainly wouldn't miss it. The grudges between those great forces and him had been formed, so it made no difference to him whether he killed even more of their disciples. The cultivators behind him turned into rays of light and shot towards another array node, where 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together to support the operation of the array. Seeing so many enemies coming at them, this group of 5 wouldn't dare to remain. Upon seeing that, the other Open Heaven Realm Masters and other array nodes ground their teeth and stopped operating the array before gathering together in the same spot. If they worried about the array, they would be killed by Black Crow and the others one by one. By then, none of them could hope to leave this place alive. Only by gathering together could they stand a chance to go against Black Crow and his subordinates. Soon 2 groups clashed in a fierce battle. Black Crow remained in the same spot as a mysterious aura swirled around him. The vitality of the deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was attracted by this aura and converged around him. In the blink of an eye, Black Crow was engulfed in a thick layer of blood mist. So delicious! The blood essence of those from the cave heavens and paradises tastes so different. Black Crow was heard laughing from inside the blood mist. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters caught up in the heaven-covering web were infuriated. The thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing kept beaming out dark lights and wielded his blade. At the same time, the gigantic spirit peak manifestation behind another master repeatedly attempted to smash Zhu Jiuyin's true form. All 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were trying their hardest in an attempt to break free from the web. However, without the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, Zhu Jiuyin became even more powerful, as she was able to hold down the high-rank open heaven realm masters more easily. One would expect that the center of the spider web would be the most chaotic, but it was the most serene spot instead. Space principles undulated around Yang Kai, as he kept using different hand seals before pushing out his palms at the void in front of him. He could sense that there were some unusual space fluctuations before him, and he could even faintly feel the aura of another world from it. It must be the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. As long as he could open up the portal, he would have a chance to look for the proprietress inside and bring her out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4370, Innumerable Wonders. Despite that realization, Yang Kai was still unable to achieve his goal regardless of how hard he tried. The entrance of that universe cave heaven was like a hefty door. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to open it. The intense battle went on. The appearance of Black Crow and his subordinates divided the battlefield into two separate clashes, one of which was Zhu Jiuyin battling against 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, while the other was the intense battle between 2 groups of several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the high-rank open heaven realm masters was world-shaking, they all possessed incredible strength and abilities. Therefore, despite the fact that they had fully used their powers, they had fallen into a kind of stalemate. With that said, it was inevitable that they became injured, especially Tizheng. Zhu Jiuyin was incensed that this man humiliated her earlier, so most of her attacks were targeted at him, causing him to groan in exasperation. In the other clash, people were heard shrieking as lives were lost with great frequency. Both sides had roughly the same number of people, and they were equally matched when it came to their orders. However, Black Crow and his subordinates were undoubtedly weaker when it came to their collective power. Just like how Mo Mei, a 6th-order open heaven realm master, wasn't a match for Luan Baifeng in the past, Black Crow's subordinates were all newly promoted open heaven realm masters, so they hadn't had time to consolidate their foundations and build up their heritage, leading them to be weaker than the mid-rank open heaven realm masters brought to this place by Tizheng and the others. Moreover, the secret techniques and artifacts they used were inferior to those of the other party. Surprisingly though, Black Crow and his subordinates actually gained the upper hand quite quickly. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction on these mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the past, he used a trick and made sure that he could control their life or death. Therefore, as soon as he gave the order, none of them dared to be negligent as they went all out, risking their lives. Furthermore, Black Crow and his subordinates had killed some opponents in their initial surprise attack, so the momentum was already on their side. Once they engaged in battle, the mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises found it hard to breathe and were soon suppressed. The situation was exacerbated for them when Black Crow joined the battle. The body taken over by Black Crow was that of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. Even though Zhou Yi was a core disciple in his great force, he was still far weaker than Chu Huashang and the others, as he only managed to condense 5th-order powers. Black Crow had inherited Zhou Yi's heritage, so he could only reach the 5th order when he ascended to the open heaven realm. However, after using the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture to absorb the blood essence of all the deceased mid-rank open heaven realm masters around him, his aura surged to the point where it was on par with an ordinary 6th-order master. He was an old master who was reborn in someone else's body. Coupled with his 6th-order strength, no one beneath the high-rank open heaven realm masters was his match. He had mastered the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture, which contained many powerful methods that he could now use with ease. Immediately after he joined the battle, countless blood crows flew around and squawked loudly, blinding and distracting his opponents. All of the blood crows were relentless, and even after they were destroyed, they would simply recondense. The cave heavens and paradises side soon found themselves overwhelmed. If a person was covered in 3 to 4 layers of blood mist, he was basically doomed in such a battle. Within an incense stick, 6 mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had been captured alive. Black Crow sealed their cultivations and had one of his subordinates guard them. Obviously, he was planning to bring these people back to serve as his blood sacrifices. A lot of mid-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives already. In a short period of time, more than 10 such masters were killed on both sides, most of which came from the cave heavens and paradises. Black Crow had only lost a couple of subordinates so far. Whenever someone was killed though, Black Crow would use the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture to absorb all of their blood essence. The blood chi around Black Crow thickened by the moment, and his aura became increasingly horrifying. He was starting to show signs of truly breaking through to the 6th order. Certainly, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were caught up in the heaven-covering web, could see that the other battle wasn't going in their favor, as many of their subordinates had lost their lives. While Tijung roared repeatedly, another person threatened that he would skin Black Crow alive sooner or later. Of course, Black Crow just snorted and ignored them. Such a great chance was hard to come by. Even though he was fairly strong now, he could only run for his life if he was faced with high-rank open heaven realm masters. That was the reason he had been hiding in the shattered heaven all this time. However, the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises were presently held down by Zhu Jiuyin, so Black Crow had nothing to worry about. It felt exhilarating to take advantage of the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in such a brazen manner. Although he was indirectly lending Yang Kai a hand, he had indeed gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, he decided to let Yang Kai off for now. As for the grudges between them, he would get even with him when he fully recovered in the future. The subordinates of the high-rank open heaven realm masters were all either dead or injured now. If the remaining ones stayed any longer, all of them would be killed or captured. While facing Zhu Jiuyin's wrath, Tijung yelled at those surviving mid-rank open heaven realm masters. "All of you leave!" The reason he brought them over was to arrange the locking divine spirit array to pin down Zhu Jiuyin. Now that the spirit array was destroyed and could no longer be used, it was pointless for them to keep staying here. They would only be killed by Black Crow in the end. Since some of them were still alive, the best course of action was for them to flee. The remaining 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters had been waiting for permission to leave, so as soon as they heard Tijung's order, they activated their secret techniques and ran for their lives without hesitation. "None of you can flee from here." Black Crow snorted and shook his figure, whereupon rays of blood light beamed out of his body. Like maggots on rotting bones, those rays of blood light chased after those disciples. Once someone was struck, his figure would be greatly weakened, and then Black Crow's subordinates would pounce on and capture them. Meanwhile, Black Crow charged towards a certain 5th order open heaven realm master, who was engulfed in demon chi. He had his eyes on that person not because the latter was powerful, but because he was running the fastest. As blood light broke through the air, Black Crow was about to reach that person, and with a grin, he extended his hand and shouted, "You won't get away!" That person hurriedly turned around and pushed out his palm. Black Crow sneered in disdain. He usually wouldn't even have any regard for a 5th order open heaven realm masters. Not to mention that he had absorbed a lot of high-quality blood essence just now, and was significantly more powerful than before. As they traded moves, their world forces clashed violently. Black Crow performed a hand seal and activated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. Given his power and his mastery of the Bloodlight scripture, there was no way an ordinary 5th order master could get away from having his blood essence absorbed by him. However, what took place next surprised him. As they traded moves, Black Crow could feel a horrifying suction coming from the other party's palm. The suction power was similar to his Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, but there were some slight differences. Even though the person seemed inexperienced when using this technique, his suction power was just as great as that of Black Crow. Instead of absorbing the other party's blood essence, the overconfident Black Crow had some of his own blood chi sucked away by that person. Following a loud boom, that person was sent flying away as demon chi around him undulated. In the end, there was still a gap between their powers. Following the clash, this fifth-order open heaven realm master suffered a setback as expected. However, he was pretty swift, and using the momentum from being flung back, he turned into a cloud of demon chi and flew away. Black Crow was still shocked by the exchange of attacks earlier, and by the time he came to his senses, the other party was already nowhere in sight. Then, he looked down at his palm as his bloodshot eyes glistened. Interesting. How interesting. He wondered what kind of secret art that fifth-order open heaven realm master from myriad demons heaven had cultivated. Through their brief contact just now, he could feel that the other party's secret art must be extremely abstruse, but due to the fact that the person still hadn't mastered it, his execution appeared somewhat amateurish. That person could already display such an immense power before mastering his secret art. Therefore, the secret art must be as powerful as the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, if not even more so. It seemed there truly were innumerable wonders in this expansive world. As Black Crow stared intently in the direction that person had fled, he snorted before turning around with his hands behind his back. In just a short while, the dust had settled, and of the original 20 or so mid-rank open heaven realm masters, from the cave heavens and paradises, other than 6 who managed to flee, all the others were either killed or captured. Black Crow's subordinates were also wounded as their auras faltered and world forces trembled. There were over 20 of them initially, but now there were only about a dozen. He had lost 10 subordinates in that battle. Rays of blood light could be seen shooting out of the corpses and gathering around Black Crow. Tan Luo Xing and the others stared at him in horror, but none of them dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the high-rank open heaven realm masters and the gigantic heavenly moon demon spider were still locked in an intense battle in the heaven-covering web that stretched across the void. Black Crow licked his lips as though he was drooling over some delicious dishes. If possible, he wouldn't mind interfering in that battle too. The blood essence of high-rank open heaven realm masters and a divine spirit were on a completely different scale compared to what he had absorbed earlier. The blood essence of a powerful master would be greatly beneficial to him. However, he was incapable of interfering in such a battle. Even if he made all his subordinates join in, it wouldn't make a difference. Suppressing his greed, Black Crow sneered. All of you from 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, widen your eyes and look. This is the consequence of going against me. And this is just the beginning. There will come a day when this monarch re-enters the 3,000 worlds, storms into your headquarters and kills all of you. Tijing bellowed. Old dog, how dare you act so presumptuous? You court death. Black Crow scoffed. You'll find out whether this monarch is the presumptuous one later. Let's go. Following that, he turned around and left. Tijing and the others were both shocked and infuriated. One of them bellowed, Don't flee, you coward. There were 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters around, so how could they possibly let Black Crow just take their subordinates away? However, even though they wanted to save them, they were unable to do so. Before destroying Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web, none of them could leave this place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4371, Riding a Tiger. As they exchanged glances, they knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. If they still wouldn't risk their lives, Black Crow would escape from this place. After they made a decision, layers of blood mist were seen exploding around the 4 of them. As these 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters burned their blood essence, their auras exploded. Even the thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijing became reddened and more overbearing. No one was willing to use this kind of technique unless they were left with no choice, as doing so would damage their foundation, and it would be troublesome to recover from. However, that was the least of their worries in this situation. In an instant, Zhu Jiuyin felt immensely pressured as her heaven-covering web was no longer able to restrict the movements of these 4 masters. Following the attacks of the thousand-eyed demon phantom's demonic lights and blade, The web was starting to show signs of collapsing. Although Zhu Jiuyin was trying her best to sustain it, she was unable to persevere indefinitely. After all, she hadn't fully restored her power yet. Just now she had caught her opponents off guard. She had already done her best by trying to confine them for such a long time. Seeing as the 4 enemies were about to break free from her web, Zhu Jiuyin realized that once they managed to do so, she would be unable to ensure Yang Kai's safety on her own. She suddenly had the intention of retreating. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she felt her chest tightening. Following a loud boom, her gigantic true form staggered backwards while her heaven-covering web broke apart. A ray of light shot out of the spider web and rushed in the direction Black Crow and his subordinates had left earlier. Apparently, he was trying to save the captured mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tizheng and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks. The giant spirit peak repeatedly landed on her, while the thousand-eyed demon phantom slashed across the void with its blade. A flustered Zhu Jiuyin brandished all of her legs, and even the crescent moon mark on her back started glittering. She wanted to weave a web again, but she didn't have the chance to do so. As soon she spat out a thread of spider silk, it would be destroyed with overwhelming force. The remaining 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed to have tacitly come up with a strategy, as 2 of them pinned Zhu Jiuyin down, while the last person pounced towards Yang Kai. Their goal this time was to kill Yang Kai, so as long as they could achieve their objective, they could immediately leave this place. By then, Zhu Jiuyin would never be able to stop them. Even though Zhu Jiuyin was powerful, she was faced with the divine manifestations of 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own. Meanwhile, the last person brought with him an immense world force and broke through the spider web's restriction before appearing before Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yu He Bai Qi and Chu Huashang became alarmed as they hurriedly tried to intercept this person. However, the difference in their strength couldn't be made up with numbers. Faced with the tremendous force, the 3 of them were sent flying away after just 3 breaths. They looked battered as they sprayed out blood from their mouths. Since there were no more obstacles in the way, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yang Kai condescendingly. An Emperor Realm Junior to him was just an ant. Engulfed in a sense of crisis, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and pushed all his might to use Bai Shi's turtle shell to protect himself. Yang Kai had used the turtle shell to fend off his opponent some time ago, so he was naturally prepared to do so again. However, even though the shell was sturdy, the person using it was too feeble. Instead of destroying the turtle shell, this master only had to continuously attack and Yang Kai would eventually die from the impact. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had summoned the turtle shell, this person still didn't seem to have the intention of holding back. As he brandished his fists, innumerable shadows engulfed Yang Kai. Hong hong hong. World force surged like a storm. Even though the light on the turtle shell remained strong and obstinately stood guard in front of Yang Kai, the fallout that passed through the shell and reached Yang Kai was enough to cause severe damage. Just a moment later, Yang Kai felt as though all his bones had been dislocated, and the vitality in his chest was weltering. It seemed that he would lose his life at any moment. At the critical moment, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Following a high-pitched dragon roar, the universe trembled. A huge and majestic dragon's head manifested behind Yang Kai's back, before disappearing into his body. As a golden light glittered and explosive sounds were continuously heard, Yang Kai's figure expanded rapidly. His hands turned into gigantic dragon claws and dragon horns grew out of his forehead. A long dragon tail swept out, and his entire figure was covered in a layer of glistening golden dragon scales. Simultaneously, a rich dragon pressure permeated the void. An originally petite human suddenly transformed into a 4,000 meters long behemoth. Yang Kai had refined all the dragon blood pills he had obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, which allowed his dragon form to evolve massively once again. Bai Shi's turtle shell expanded exponentially as it seemed to cover the void, and hovered in front of Yang Kai, who extended his claw and grabbed it, as though he was holding a colossal shield. Following a dragon roar, Yang Kai shot a glare at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who attempted to harm him. As his dragon whiskers flapped in the air, he targeted the person and hurled the turtle shell at him. "You're part of the dragon clan?" That person was flabbergasted. He never expected to see Yang Kai undergo such a transformation. Feeling the pure dragon pressure, he fell into a dazed state, and by the time came to his senses, the turtle shell was already upon him. Then he roared and parried the attack with both hands. As the violent forces clashed, that master was forced back several hundred meters before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai slightly bent backwards as he almost flipped over. The flesh on his arms exploded as his golden dragon blood splashed across the void. There was still an enormous gap between their powers, which was why Yang Kai immediately suffered a setback. If it weren't because his dragon form was extremely sturdy, he would have exploded on the spot from the impact. Meanwhile, Tizheng and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were stunned as they looked dazedly at Yang Kai. Quickly, they used feints to withdraw and widen the gap between Zhu Jiuyin and them. Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief, as she didn't have the intention of relentlessly attacking them. Just now, for a moment, she thought that Yang Kai was doomed as she secretly cursed at him for being overconfident about his capabilities and interfering in this matter. If he really died in this place, Shanqing Luo and the others would become widows. By then, she wouldn't know how she could explain herself to Shanqing Luo when she returned. However, it never crossed her mind that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would relent at this moment, allowing Yang Kai to escape from death's door. The intense battle came to an abrupt halt as Yu He and the others, who were coming back to protect Yang Kai, stood there in disbelief. Tizheng and his companions gathered together as they vigilantly stared at Zhu Jiuyin while examining Yang Kai. They appeared both doubtful and shocked. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he hovered in the void like a true dragon overlooking the heavens and earth. Even though he was the weakest at the scene by far, he was also the most overbearing. "Are you really a member of the Dragon Clan?" Tizheng asked through clenched teeth with a pale face. He was severely wounded when battling against Zhu Jiuyin just now. The main reason was that he had humiliated Zhu Jiuyin, so the woman targeted most of her attacks at him, which led to his current miserable state. At this moment, the small universe in his body was trembling violently. "What difference does it make whether I'm part of the Dragon Clan or not? Cut the crap and fight if that's what you want," Yang Kai replied. Every word he said was like thunder that reverberated across the void, making all of their ears ring. Despite what Yang Kai had said, he could clearly see a sense of wariness behind the eyes of Tizheng and the others. He became slightly at ease as he realized that Mia Meng and Bai Shi were right to say that it was useful to reveal his dragon form at the most critical moment. Tizheng and the others were naturally not wary of him, but they were of the Dragon Clan. Revealing his dragon form had pros and cons. Even though the Dragon Clan was extraordinarily powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds, so this identity might attract some unwanted trouble for him. However, he had no choice but to reveal his dragon form in that kind of situation just now. Tizheng snorted. "How could there be such a strange Dragon Clan member like you in this world?" As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was naturally more familiar with the Dragon Clan than ordinary people. Although Yang Kai had many characteristics of the Dragon Clan, there were still some traces of a human in him. That was why he was doubtful. With that said, he was puzzled at the purity of the dragon pressure he was currently feeling. If Yang Kai only had a faint Dragon Clan bloodline, he couldn't possibly exude such a pure dragon pressure. There was a reason that the Dragon Clan was touted to be the head of the myriad spirits. "Whether I'm a dragon or not is none of your business," Yang Kai decided the less he revealed the better. This monarch has a way to find out." As Tizheng spoke, he rubbed his fingers together and obtained a drop of golden dragon blood that was floating nearby. After having a taste of the blood though, he sported a dark expression. The other two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned their heads, and observed his expression before realizing that Yang Kai was indeed a Dragon Clan member. Otherwise, Tijun wouldn't have sported such a solemn look. At that instant, they furrowed their brows as a single thought crossed their minds. This is bad. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai was just a random dragonborn. The Dragon Clan was known for its lasciviousness, and they had left behind countless dragon descendants in the 3,000 worlds. Half-dragons and dragonborn were not valued by the Dragon Clan at all, so they could be killed without any concern. However, a pureblood dragon couldn't be killed as one pleased. If they could erase all traces of the act, they could ensure the Dragon Clan never found out about it. It wasn't like there had never been dragons who were murdered in the past. Nevertheless, even if they could kill Yang Kai today, there was no way they would be able to kill Zhu Jiuyin. Hence, this news was bound to leak out. Although they were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were not willing to risk offending the Dragon Clan. It wasn't that the great forces behind them were afraid of the Dragon Clan, but creating this kind of unnecessary conflict would be extremely detrimental to them. At that instant, they found all their previous actions laughable. They had summoned 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with Yang Kai. But in the end, many of them were either killed or injured, and they were unable to kill him as they pleased. What was the point of doing all this? If they knew Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member, they wouldn't have spent so much effort setting up a trap in this place. Now they were all riding a tiger, unable to get off. They couldn't let Yang Kai go just like that, as many of their subordinates were killed. How were they supposed to explain themselves to their respective great forces when they returned? What's more, if they released Yang Kai, it would be troublesome should he manage to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. At that instant, they didn't know what to do, as they could neither kill him nor release him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4372. I've made up my mind. As Ti Zheng and the others traded glances, they were unable to make a decision. Just then, the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who had run after Black Crow earlier, returned. He had no idea what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing?" Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master parted his lips and quietly informed him of the situation, causing the former to frown. Tijing asked, "Where's Black Crow?" "He escaped," that person said resentfully. Black Crow was an old monster who had been reborn by taking over someone's body, and he had also cultivated a heaven-defying secret art. Even though the one who chased him was a high-rank Open Heaven Master, Black Crow still managed to throw him off. Left with no choice, he could only come back. They were not able to either kill or release Yang Kai, while Black Crow had captured their people and fled. Their plot this time could be said to be a complete failure. Therefore, all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sported extremely dark expressions. While they were in a dilemma, Yang Kai suddenly asked loudly, "What's going on with this shadowless cave heaven? Why can't I open the portal?" Initially, Tijun wanted to ignore him. The failure this time would definitely damage his reputation in Myriad Demon's Heaven. When he returned to his great force, he would probably be demoted and punished. Presently, he was wondering how he could settle the issue, so he wasn't in the mood to reply to Yang Kai. However, as he darted his eyes around, he suddenly thought of something, and with a smile he said to Yang Kai, "You're just a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, so you're unable to open the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven." "Why is that?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. Tijung explained, "That's because there's a restriction around the shadowless cave heaven. The minimum requirement to pass through this barrier is to be in the Open Heaven Realm. It's just like how the barrier around the Blood Monster Cave Heaven dictated that only those below the Open Heaven Realm Masters could enter it. The Shadowless Cave Heaven is just the opposite. Only Open Heaven Realm Masters can go in." "I see," Yang Kai muttered under his breath, as though he had already expected it. While both parties were locked in an intense battle just now, he had repeatedly attempted to open up the entrance to the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, even though he had found the entrance, he was obstructed by some kind of repulsive force, which stopped him from succeeding. He had a feeling that he was not powerful enough to force it open. If he had sufficient strength, he could easily enter the shadowless cave heaven. Do you want to go in? It's easy. Just ascend to the open heaven realm. Tizheng grinned. Upon hearing that, the other 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters arched their brows as they realized Tizheng's intention. You want me to ascend to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai sneered at him. Tizheng shrugged and coughed before saying, It's entirely up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm, and no one can force you to do so. However, I have to tell you that the shadowless cave heaven isn't a pleasant place. Over the years, many people have entered it, but none of them have managed to come out. So no one knows what the situation is like inside or how dangerous it is. It has been half a year since Lan Yurua fell into it. If you're too slow, you might not even have a chance to retrieve her corpse. Nevertheless, I heard that you're proficient in the Tao of space. After you go in, you might be able to find a way out. Lan Yurua's life or death is up to you now. Yang Kai spread his arms and flashed a smile at her. What do you see? A puzzled Yuhi shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. Yang Kai explained, It's a pair of powerless arms. What can I do with them? Proprietress has fallen into danger because of me, but I'm unable to save her because there's no power in my hands. Then, he balled up his fists as though he was trying to grab something. Only by having strength that I can call my own can I change anything. He and the proprietress were unable to wait any longer. Just like what Tizheng had said, no one knew what was going on inside the shadowless cave heaven. It had been half a year since the proprietress fell into it, so there was no telling what kind of danger she was facing. Although the proprietress was among the strongest in the 6th order, she might not be able to break free from this trap. Moreover, what was the point if he kept waiting? It was unrealistic for him to obtain a high-ranking element treasure now. This time, myriad demons heaven led the way and used proprietress to lure Yang Kai out of Void Land. What would come next? There was no way they would let him off, and the merchants wouldn't dare to offend all the cave heavens and paradises by selling him a high-ranking element treasure. It had been 3 years since he started developing the Star City, and business had been excellent, with all the streets filled with people buying and selling all manner of goods. However, although he had offered a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and a high-rank metal element monster core, he still couldn't get what he wanted. Even if he kept waiting, he might not be able to achieve his goal in the end. Rather than waiting for a dream that was out of reach, the most important thing for him now was to have his own strength. Affirming his decision, he turned around as his black hair flapped in the non-existent wind and bellowed, I'll ascend to the open heaven realm as you wish, Tizheng. I hope you all won't be too disappointed. Upon hearing that, Tizheng rubbed his palms together and guffawed. You're indeed a promising young man. If Yang Kai wanted to ascend to the open heaven realm now, he wouldn't be able to become a high-rank open heaven realm master, because he didn't have a high-rank element treasure. He could only make it to the 6th order at most. In that case, they were willing to accept such an outcome. All this while, they had been worried that Yang Kai would directly ascend to the 7th order, giving him a chance to become a 9th order open heaven realm master and challenge the order of the 3,000 worlds. If he only ascended to the 6th order, there would no longer be any worries. The highest limit a 6th order open heaven realm master could achieve was the 8th order. There were quite a number of 8th order open heaven realm masters who stood guard over the cave heavens and paradises, so Yang Kai wouldn't be able to cause a stir. At that instant, Tizheng found Yang Kai to be less despicable, as he secretly cursed at the latter for being so difficult. If Yang Kai had made up his mind earlier, they wouldn't have had to go through so much effort. If word got out that some of the cave heavens and paradises, led by myriad demons heaven, joined forces just to suppress an Emperor Realm Jr., all of them would lose a lot of face. Young master, Yuhi still wanted to dissuade him. Yang Kai raised his hand and stroked her head. Stand guard for me. With her lips pressed together, Yuhi gazed at him with reddened eyes. While Chu Huashang heaved a sigh, Bai Qi sported a conflicted expression, not knowing what to say. He felt extremely guilty, and thought that things might not have come to such a point if he hadn't gone to Void Land to look for Yang Kai. However, he didn't know what else to do. If he stopped Yang Kai, it was akin to letting the proprietress perish. If he let Yang Kai ascend to the open heaven realm at this point, the latter's future would be ruined. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Why do you all wear such expressions? Yang Kai flashed a smile at his companions. Zhu Jiuyin spoke after a sigh. Brat, it's up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm or not. You have to think it through. Even though she had once tried to force Yang Kai to refine a sixth-order element in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, that was because she wanted to increase his strength to prepare for the spirit-seizing war, so that he could stand a better chance to become the winner. Now that he had to voluntarily give up the dream he had been pursuing for years, she couldn't help feeling sorry for him. The main reason she stopped forcing him at that time was that he threatened to kill himself, which showed just how firm his determination was. I've made up my mind. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. He appeared completely at ease. Even though he would ruin the foundation he had built by ascending to the open heaven realm today, he would never regret his decision. That was because if he insisted on being stubborn, the people around him he cared about would be hurt. That was a future he would never want to see. Does any one of you have a sixth-order Yin element treasure? Give it to me. Yang Kai gazed at his companions, who shook their heads at the same time. He arched his brow and turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. She said, Why are you looking at me? This queen does have some sixth-order materials, but none of them are of the Yin element. Martial Peak, Chapter 4373 Sincerity. Among all the 7 elements, Yin and Yang were much harder to find than metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Yang Kai had spent lots of open heaven pills to buy all sorts of materials, so he was fully aware of that. Yuhi was now a part of Void Land, so it was reasonable that she didn't have any sixth-order Yin element treasures on her. That was because many people in Void Land needed sixth-order materials right now, and such materials were difficult to come by. Be it the items Yang Kai had acquired back then, or the new sixth-order materials that had appeared in the Star City, they were all given to the cultivators who needed them in Void Land, so there was basically nothing left. Certainly, Bai Qi and Chu Huashang didn't have one either. The former had followed the proprietress for a long time. If there were any precious items, the proprietress would keep them and only give them to him when needed. As for the latter, even though she was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she had just ascended to the 6th order. Hence, she didn't need any 6th order materials to improve her cultivation for now. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to ascend to the open heaven realm when he left Void Land, which was why he hadn't prepared anything. Although he had made up his mind, he didn't have the item he needed, and even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. All of them appeared embarrassed in this situation. Yang Kai glared at Zhu Jiuyin and asked, "You'd been accumulating wealth for a long time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Why don't you even have a single 6th order Yin element treasure?" Zhu Jiuyin rolled her eyes and replied, "This queen doesn't need those things to cultivate, so what's the point of collecting them? Moreover, it's also hard to find Yin and Yang materials in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." This was giving Yang Kai a headache, as he didn't know what to do. Across from them, Tizheng and the others were supposed to be at ease. As soon as Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, the burden on their shoulders would be lifted. However, this unexpected situation rendered them speechless at that instant. Certainly, they were more than happy to see Yang Kai ascending to the open heaven realm at this point, as he would no longer be a threat to them once he did. Although they hadn't managed to kill him as they had planned, the outcome was acceptable, as they could explain themselves to the great forces behind them. However, it would be troublesome for them as well if Yang Kai couldn't achieve an ascension, because there wasn't a Yin element material available. Since they were not able to kill everyone here, they wouldn't dare to make a move on a member of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, they would have to face the dragon clan's wrath. Nevertheless, they were not willing to let Yang Kai go just like this. While they were in a dilemma, they saw Yang Kai staring at them. The corners of Ti Zheng's brow twitched as he asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Kai snorted. "Since you want me to ascend to the open heaven realm here, I'm willing to grant your wish. However, you should show me some sincerity in return." "What do you mean?" Ti Zheng furrowed his brows. "Stop asking the obvious. You know what I want." A speechless Ti Zheng gazed at him and fell silent for a moment before parting his lips to secretly speak to his companions. Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have a 6th Order Een Element material on hand. Therefore, he could only ask the others whether they had such an item. If they could solve this issue by offering up a 6th Order Een Element material, it would be acceptable. Although Ti Zheng was displeased, he still suppressed his anger. However, after asking around, he realized that none of them had such a resource. Just like Zhu Jiuyin, they had some 6th Order materials, but not Yin and Yang ones. That was because Yin and Yang materials were extremely rare. Even if they obtained such items, they either had to give them to their respective sects for the disciples' cultivation needs, or refine these items themselves. The cave heavens and paradises were extremely powerful, so they needed more of these rare resources, compared to void land. Ti Zheng glanced at Yang Kai and declared, "None of us have a 6th Order Een Element material." Yang Kai's face fell. "All of you are 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who are filthy rich, and you're telling me that none of you has a single 6th Order Een Element treasure. Do you think I was born yesterday?" Ti Zheng snapped. "Believe it or not, we don't have the item you need." Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai put on a sneer. His expression enraged Ti Zheng. Instead of getting prepared for his ascension, Yang Kai was now blaming others for not having the item he needed, which was ridiculous. However, after giving it a thought, Ti Zheng realized that Yang Kai had always focused on looking for a high-rank Een Element treasure in order to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even if a 6th Order Een Element material was presented to him in the past, he probably wouldn't even spare it a glance. This time he was forced to achieve a breakthrough, so it was expected that he wasn't prepared. After a cough, Ti Zheng said, "Do you want a 5th Order Een Element? This monarch has a very good 5th Order Heavenly Een sand, which is hard to come by. It's the best kind of material in the 5th Order. If you want, this monarch can give it to you." Yang Kai bellowed, "You may kill me, but you cannot humiliate me, Ti Zheng. You forced me to ascend to the 6th Order, which is my bottom line. But now you want me to ascend to the 5th Order? What is this? Regardless of how great that Heavenly Een sand may be, it's still a 5th Order material. Can it help me ascend to the 6th Order? Why don't we just fight it out, and leave the rest to fate?" Upon realizing that his suggestion was indeed unrealistic, Ti Zheng fell silent. Yang Kai had built such a solid foundation, and he was gifted enough to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly. He was practically forced to ascend to the 6th Order, so it would be outrageous if they still asked him to lower his expectations further and become a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they pushed him over the edge now, this young man might do something crazy to retaliate against them. If they got into a fight again, they wouldn't dare to ruthlessly kill Yang Kai. By then, they would be the ones who suffered losses. After giving it a thought, Ti Zheng asked, "Why don't you wait here for a while? This monarch will send a message and tell someone to bring a 6th Order Een Element material over." In fact, he was completely vexed deep inside. His goal was to kill Yang Kai to nip this problem in the bud. But things had come to a point that he seemed to be begging the young man to achieve an ascension as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to prepare a 6th Order Een Element treasure for him, which was simply preposterous. He had lived for a long time, but there had never been a time when he felt so vexed. Yang Kai asked in a grim voice, "How long will it take?" Ti Zheng replied, "It's unrealistic to go back to Myriad Demon's Heaven now. However, this monarch can tell someone to buy a 6th Order Een Element material in the Shattered Heaven Star City, where all sorts of goods are available, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the item you want. It'll probably take 1 month for the thing to be sent here. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. That's a long wait. Tijing frowned. It's just 1 month. Yang Kai said, I can't wait any longer. What do you want then? Yang Kai reminded him. I want a 6th order Yin element material right now. Tijing bellowed. I told you we don't have one. Do you want this monarch to make it appear out of thin air? I don't believe you. Yang Kai swept a glance over the space rings on their fingers. Unless you let me examine your rings. The faces of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell. Tijing stared coldly at Yang Kai and snapped. Brat, do you know what you're talking about? Are you going to agree to it or not? Yang Kai sneered and gazed arrogantly at him. Fine. I don't want to see your rings anymore. Let's go back to Void Land. I don't believe I'll never get a high-rank Yin element treasure in my lifetime. Then, he seemed ready to bring everyone back home in a resolute manner. Tijing questioned, Are you going to let Lan Yurua perish here? Yang Kai shot him a glance. You'd better pray that she's safe. If anything happens to her, I'll destroy myriad demons heaven right after I ascend to the 9th order. I'll remember what you've done to me, and visit all of you one by one when the time comes. I hope you'll still be able to laugh by then. Impudence! Tijing roared. Wait a moment, little friend Yang. Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly spoke up. His voice suggested that he was pretty old now. Yang Kai shot him a cold glance. What now? The old voice was heard saying, Since you're a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master, it must have been quite some time since you started cultivating. So you should know that a space ring is the most personal possession to a cultivator, and it mustn't be examined by anyone else easily. If you want to inspect our rings, it's no different from humiliating us. We've lived for a long time, so we do have a reputation to preserve. Yang Kai scoffed. You 4 are high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but you joined forces and plotted against an Emperor Realm cultivator like me. I'm surprised to learn that you actually still care about your reputation. The old voice replied impassively. If you were on your own, all of us wouldn't have shown up. However, since you have some powerful protectors, we have no choice but to come all the way here. But now is not the time to talk about such things. What this old master means is, we can let you examine our rings to prove to you that we didn't lie to you. We really don't have the 6th order Yin element treasure you need. However, what if you still don't find any 6th order Yin element treasure after going through all of our rings? What do you want? Yang Kai questioned. The old voice said, Since you want to humiliate us, we can't possibly bear it for nothing. There's a price you have to pay, little friend. Yang Kai swept an impassive glance over them and frowned. After giving it a thought, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, I don't believe that you don't have a 6th order Yin element material, but if I still can't find one after examining all of your rings, I'll ascend to the 5th order. His expression was that of a gambler who had lost it all. Upon hearing that, all of them were stunned. An anxious you, he said, You can't do that, young master. Yang Kai was unable to ascend to the 7th order Open Heaven Realm, so the 6th order was supposed to be his bottom line. The 5th order was totally unacceptable. If he ascended to the 5th order, the highest limit for him would be the 7th order in the future. In other words, the end of Yang Kai's martial Tao was his initial starting point. The disparity between expectation and reality was too great to bear. Bai Qi said, You mustn't ascend to the 5th order, Yang Kai. Xu Huashang also dissuaded him from doing so. Yang Kai put on a bitter smile. I can't ascend to the 7th order, and there isn't a 6th order Yin element treasure now. What can I do if I don't ascend to the 5th order? Wait for them to get the item I want from Shattered Heaven's Star City? Who knows what could happen to Proprietress in 1 month? We can't wait any longer. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Yu He. Do you remember that thing I have? Yu He, who was about to dissuade him again, became startled as she suddenly thought of something. That's right. Young Master still has that thing. With that item in his possession, it makes no difference whether he ascends to the 5th order or 6th order. He can even use this to trick others into believing that he'll only become a fifth-order open heaven realm master and stop them from targeting him. In that case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Open heaven pills had been piled up like mountains, and there were countless resources, which included many sixth-order ones. There was even one seventh-order material in this particular ring. The number of artifacts in the ring was mind-blowing as well. He didn't have time to go through them one by one, but Yang Kai reckoned that the resources in this ring were worth more than 10 billion open heaven pills. Obviously, that wasn't all this man's wealth. The truly precious items must be kept inside his small universe. Unfortunately, none of the sixth-order and seventh-order materials were yin or yang. Yang Kai set the ring aside and looked at the next, finding it to be about the same. Tizheng and the others were just standing nearby, as they watched Yang Kai joyfully go through all the rings. All of them found it odd, as they never expected that things would develop into such a situation. Their initial goal was to kill Yang Kai in this place. However, not only was Yang Kai alive and kicking, but they would also have to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Besides that, they had also passed their space rings to him to inspect. What they had done was no different from financially supporting their enemy. Nevertheless, they could not object. Although they were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for many years, it was the first time they had such a strange experience. It only took Yang Kai a short time to examine all of the rings. Tizheng asked, "Now you know we didn't lie to you." Yang Kai looked up and roared, "The heavens are unfair." Upon seeing that he appeared crestfallen, Tizheng and the others felt less frustrated. Since they had confronted and attempted to kill each other before, there wasn't a need for them to be polite to him. Tizheng said, "In that case, you should give our rings back to us." Yang Kai nonchalantly tossed the space rings at Yu-He and kept only a bottle that was half his height. They were too gullible to think that he would return the rings to them. Yang Kai had relented and agreed to become a sixth-order open heaven realm master. But since he didn't have the item he needed, he could only lower his expectation and ascend to the fifth order. With the existence of a particular item he possessed, it made no difference whether he ascended to the fifth order or the sixth order, and he would be able to deceive the outside world. However, there was a price to pay if he wanted to use that precious treasure. The thing was so valuable that the space rings of these high-rank open heaven realm masters could only be considered as a slight compensation for it. There was no way he would give the rings back to them, for he still had void land to run. Even though he had a star city to help gather resources, he wouldn't mind more good things. "You dare covet our space rings?" Tizheng glared at Yang Kai. He was so exasperated that he laughed and nodded. "Very good. You're indeed bold enough." Ignoring him, Yang Kai fiddled with the bottle and shook it. As he listened to the ringing sound coming from the bottle, he asked, "Is this the heavenly Yin sand that you'd mentioned?" Presently, Tizheng was fuming within him, so upon hearing the question, he snorted and did not reply to him. In fact, the moment he passed the space ring to Yang Kai, he had a feeling that he would never get it back. However, he was incensed at the fact that the young man did it in such a brazen way. It was apparent that he had no regard for them at all. Yang Kai gazed at Tizheng and questioned, "Are you deaf? Is this the heavenly Yin sand?" Tizheng looked away and pretended that he didn't hear him. Yang Kai said smilingly, "It seems that it's not heavenly Yin sand. I won't break through then." Upon hearing that, Tizheng glowered at him and said through clenched teeth, "Don't you cross the line, Yang Kai." The faint smile on Yang Kai's face made Tizheng have the urge to give him a punch. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Heavenly Yin sand is extremely hard to come by. It's one of the rarest among the fifth-order materials. It's just that it isn't a sixth-order material. However, the divine ability you'll obtain through this item is as powerful as that of most sixth-order powers once you condense it. The one in your hands was meant for another disciple in my great force. I have no choice but to give it to you." Yang Kai snorted. I was supposed to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, but I can only make do with the 5th Order because of you all. Who is the one taking advantage here? Tijing fell silent. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you. Yang Kai lightly threw the bottle into the air and said to Zhu Jiuyin, Please stand guard for me, senior. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jiuyin reminded, Brat, this is an important matter, so you must think it through. Yang Kai replied with a bitter smile, I'm like an arrow on the string now. There's no going back for me. If he went back on his word at this point, he was basically forcing Tijing and the others to fight to the death with them. They had Zhu Jiuyin's protection, so they would easily escape from this place, but they wouldn't stand a chance to save the proprietress. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin had been wounded after the previous battle. Presently, she looked pretty battered as was covered in blood. Forget it. It's your own matter, and no one else can interfere. I hope you won't regret your decision in the future. After she finished speaking, she flicked her fingers as threads of spider silk crisscrossed each other in the void, forming an impenetrable web, which covered a large area, except for the spot Yang Kai was in. If Tijing and the others wanted to harm Yang Kai, they had to break her web first. Tijing and the others had experienced how horrendous this heaven-covering web was, so they didn't dare to fall into it again. Young master. Yuhi's eyes reddened as she pressed her lips together. She seemed to be holding back her words. Yang Kai waved his hand. All of you stand back. Then, he gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, Will I regret my decision? If it were for any other reason, he probably would. However, since he was doing this to save proprietress, he didn't think there would come a day when he felt regretful. As he emptied his mind, he calmed himself and sat cross-legged in the center of the heaven-covering web. His aura was curbed while he remained unmoving, as though he had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Upon seeing that, Yuhi and the others knew that it was pointless for them to say anything else, so they spread out and stood guard for Yang Kai in nearby spots. They stared vigilantly at Tijing and the others to prevent them from disturbing Yang Kai while he achieved his breakthrough. It was completely silent in the void. All of them were paying close attention to Yang Kai as they tended their wounds. Time went by slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and flicked the bottle. Following a clang, the cap flew up as a ray of light shot out of the bottle. It was apparent that the ray of light was made up from countless grains of sand. Every grain exuded a light glow and an extremely cold aura. They looked just like a galaxy that had been shrunk down innumerable times. Heavenly Een sand was indeed one of the best materials in the 5th Order. As soon as it appeared, the void seemed to have been frozen over as a layer of frost formed on Yang Kai's clothes and hair. Instead of resisting, Yang Kai circulated his secret art and pushed his Dao seal to refine the Een element power in the heavenly Een sand. At that instant, the galaxy formed from the sand seemed to have been attracted by a mysterious force as it swirled and danced around Yang Kai. Looking from afar, it was as if he was engulfed in a storm of silver rain. Yang Kai had refined other element powers before, the last one being the Golden Wolf King's monster core, which was a 7th Order metal element treasure. Although the heavenly Een sand was extraordinary for its order, it wasn't comparable to that monster core at all. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4375 Too Fast. Tijing and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had started refining the 5th Order heavenly Een sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yang Kai's Dao seal had been affected by the Een element power in the heavenly Een sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it, unless he used something like Tai-E soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao seal. However, in that case, all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially, they were worried that Yang Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the 5th Order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Ti Zheng and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yang Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame. Another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yang Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yang Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Ti Zheng put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering. This brat's Dao seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly Yin sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yang Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining the heavenly Yin sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly Yin sand. All of them were stunned as this was a fifth-order Yin element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually, it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yang Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yang Kai's Dao seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order Yin element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters, who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people. But none of those people were comparable to Yang Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else. Just by looking at the speed, he was refining the heavenly Yin sand. A person with a sturdy Dao seal was able to condense element power swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation, he would become powerful in the future, and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Ti Zheng and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly Yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the Yin element power from the heavenly Yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another, as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the Yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. However, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Yu about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the Yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. At this life-and-death moment, he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of Yin, Yang and the 5 elements clash with his Dao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the 5th order. If he still needed to use a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past, he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that Yang Kai's skin was alternating between red, white and blue. That was the result of the powers of Yin, Yang and the 5 elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around Yang Kai thickened by the breath. One could see that Yang Kai had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. Yuhi was on pins and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog, while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Yang Kai would succeed. To the side, Chu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing? Is it really so difficult to ascend to the 5th order open heaven realm?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.